It's 4 o'clock. Do we know if there is a school board participant that's going to be here today?
I don't. There might be one on Zoom. But
Is there one on Zoom?
There is, yeah.
All right, great. All right. It is 4 p.m. and I want to bring our meeting to order. And this is March 1st, believe it or not, 2022, and it is 4 p.m. And we're going to start with our first agenda item. This is the City of Iowa City Conference Board agenda, and we're going to start with roll call, please.
Iowa City Council, Alter,
Here.
Burgess,
Here.
Armstrong,
Here.
Taylor,
Here.
Teague,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Weiner,
Here.
Green Douglas, or I'm sorry, Johnson County Supervisors, Green Douglas,
Here.
Green, Hayden,
Here.
Porter,
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
And Iowa City School Board, Eastham, Pilcher Hayek.
Here.
We have a quorum with two. With school board only having one member, they won't have a vote.
Okay. And I'll check back in just to see if anyone has jumped online in a little bit. We're going to move on to item number D, which is the fiscal year 2023 budget. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve the minutes. Could somebody make, for the minutes from February 1st?
Great. So this is we're going to go back to item number C. Could I get a motion to approve the minutes of February 1st, 2022 conference board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the county, seconded by the city. Roll call, please.
Iowa City, Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
County Supervisors, Green Douglas,
Yes.
Hayden,
Yes.
Porter,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
And I don't think I call for the school board since there's not, or are there,
Sure.
is Charlie Eastham online?
No.
No?
John
Okay.
Green is online, though.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I should ask
County.
Green for the supervisors? For the county supervisors, is Green online? Okay.
We're not hearing green, but motion passes 2-0. Item number D is going to be the fiscal year 2023 budget. And the purpose of this meeting is to hold a public hearing on the Iowa City Assessor's proposed budget for the fiscal year of 2023. I'm going to open up the public hearing. And would anyone like to comment on this item from the public? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And the board discussion. Would anyone like to make a comment? Seeing no one, could I get a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2023 budget?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Iowa City, seconded by Johnson County. Roll call, please.
City Council, Alter,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Johnson County Supervisors, Green Douglas,
Yes.
Green,
Aye.
Hayden,
Yes.
Porter,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Motion passes 2-0. And we are on to item number E. Any board comments at this time? And then item number F, adjournment. Could I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the county, seconded by Iowa City. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes to adjourn. Enjoy the rest of your warm evening.
Thank you.
All right, it is about 4:06 p.m., and I'm going to bring to order the City of Iowa City's work session for March 1st, 2022. And the first item on our agenda is the preliminary discussion on 2022 through 2027 strategic planning process. And I am going to invite our city manager, Jeff Perrin, to start us in this conversation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Council, excited to talk to you about the strategic plan process. The goal tonight is really just to make sure that I understand your expectations and that we're proceeding accordingly in planning the steps for you to put together your next strategic plan. I think as you all know, I've been having conversations with East Central Iowa Council of Governments. They're the 6-county regional planning agency in our area. They have a great deal of experience in working with local governments, putting together plans. They have a great understanding of municipal issues, and I think they'll be a great asset for you all as you put together your plan for the city. A reminder that you previously agreed with staff in pushing the horizon of the strategic plan from 2 years, and it's been at 2 years for probably the last decade, to 5 years. And I think as we move to a 5-year planning horizon, we just want to make sure that we're going through a very deliberative process as we put that together. So I along with the staff at ECCOG, have sketched out a rough timeline for how this could work, and so I want to walk you through those steps tonight. And if all sounds good, I will move towards finalizing the contract for facilitation services. That doesn't need to come to you for approval. It'll be less than $10,000. I can authorize that expense. However, if you'd like to formally approve it, I can certainly put that on a future agenda. But again, if expectations are aligned at the end of this work session, then I'll go ahead and get that finalized, and we'll get on our way. So in addition to the contract itself, what I'd like to do is start in March and have the facilitator reach out to each of you individually. I think it's important that you get to know the facilitator and establish a comfort level, and that they can hear from each of you on what your expectations are for the process. So I'm thinking just a half-hour hour phone call that, again, each of you would have. Staff wouldn't be present, but just to share your thoughts. I think that helps prepare the facilitator coming into the sessions, and again, we'll also give you some familiarity with their background as well. That would be the first step. We could certainly start to arrange those calls in March. In the meantime, your staff would be doing some homework as well. The city manager's office, with the help of ECCOG, would be working with our management team to collect information to funnel up to you. So we want to give you kind of an environmental scan of what the department directors see as being the most critical issues, some of the challenges and the opportunities over the next 5 years. We want to make sure you have a comprehensive understanding of those viewpoints. We'll also try to note any areas where we think there's some policy guidance needed, where there might be some I would say misalignment or some opportunities to better align staff and council on issues. We try to figure those out so we can get those on the table and tackle those at the strategic planning sessions. So we would do that in March as you're having those one-on-one calls and preparing for the kickoff session. So that then feeds into a meeting in April, We would suggest that we try to search for a half day or maybe 3/4 of a day for a strategic planning session. It's really hard to get momentum in an hour and a half work session. Some of these things, it takes a couple hours to really get deep into issues. So it probably will take a bigger time commitment. We'd work with you to see if you want to do that during a work day, an evening, a weekend. We can find a facility here in Iowa City to conduct that strategic planning session. And then again, in that kickoff session, what we're trying to do there is making sure that you're understanding what staff's perspectives are. If there's things that we funnel up to you that you need more information on, we'd like to be able to clarify that with you. But also, the most important thing is to get into each of our goal areas. So those 7 areas that we have right now, whatever that number is going forward, and really understand what your vision for success looks like. At the end of 5 years for this goal priority, leadership and climate action, healthy neighborhoods, whatever it may be, what does success look like? I think that's going to be the big question that we want to challenge you with. What are those performance metrics? How are you going to evaluate the city's progress on achieving those goals? That's really going to be the focus, and then we'll start that process of generating some ideas for projects that you would like to see as well. But if at that half-day meeting we can accomplish and really get a good sense of what your vision for success looks like in each of those areas, then what we would suggest is that as a staff team, we go back and we do a little bit more homework, and then come to you with ideas on how to achieve that success. We'll be able to put forward our thoughts and ideas on realistic paths forward for you to achieve your goals that you set for the city, and also identify those key policy decisions to get us there. So what are those critical decision points that council's going to have to make? Could be policy, could be budgetary, could be any number of things, but we try to lay that out for you the best that we can. You would then come together, probably don't need a half day after that, but maybe a 2 to 3 hour work session to review some updates that staff provides. Again, opportunity for you if you've got very specific projects that we didn't come up with that you'd like us to tackle. And that would be another time for you to be able to suggest those. And at that point, it's kind of hard to say how long that process takes. It might take 1 or 2 work sessions to get that final refinement done. But we should be in a position in May or June to be able to adopt the 5-year plan. And the final piece that many of you noted in our initial conversations about the strategic plan is we'll want to make sure we know your expectations for review of that plan. As we move to a longer time horizon, we'll want to know if you want annual check-ins, quarterly reports, monthly reports. What's your expectation for tracking progress, and how can staff best do that for you? So that's kind of the final step as we move towards adoption. So I went through that pretty quickly. I'm happy to retrace those steps. But that kind of process is the result of our initial conversations with the staff at ECCOG based on how they think we can be effective and how we think as staff we can contribute towards your compilation of this plan.
Any questions about this process?
I mean, you're talking about the current 7 priorities. Is there also the possibility that we could shift priorities or add priorities or sort of?
Yeah. Above all, and I should have probably led with this is your plan. You're not tied to the past plan at all. It's been our experience that over the years it's been more refinements to the plan as opposed to clean slate approaches to this process. But absolutely, those 7 priority areas, you could absolutely retool in whatever way you see fit. You could bring new areas in. That's a very common part of that process. And I think that's part of those one-on-one discussions that are early on that will really help the facilitator. I think that's one of those questions that she will ask you. And she is Karen Kurt, the executive director of ECCOG. She will want to know, so that she can structure that meeting with you in April appropriately. Is there already alignment? Are these the 7 areas that we're going to be working on, or is there interest in council in kind of swapping some of those areas out or changing the language, whatever it may be?
One thing I might say is I'm sort of stepping back a little bit here and feel that the next 10 years, so say the next 2 strategic plans are really critical, in my view, to the future of Iowa City. You know, given all the issues related, you know, that have been exacerbated perhaps by some of the most recent events, Black Lives Matter, questions of equity, climate change. I really do feel we are in a unique moment, and if we aren't successful in the next 10 years in addressing these issues and making progress, the future will be even more difficult than the next 10 years. So, I mean, that's the way I'm coming into this, and I hope we're successful in achieving a framework in which we can maximize our progress over the next 5 years.
I would agree with you that there's a lot of aspirations that we have to consider as we go forth, and I'll add housing to what you just mentioned. And when I look at the sketch of the timeline is pretty aggressive, but I think at least council and staff could probably go in knowing that we may extend that depending on the circumstances. And I don't know if we wanted to spend a little time to at least try to schedule the first meeting, or if that's something that maybe the city clerk can do, but I found it to be a little helpful if we all had our calendars to kind of jot something down, although we don't know about the facilitator, when she'll be able to make the official first meeting, so.
Right. So Laura and I just came from the rollout of ECOG's, the East Central Iowa Council of Governments, Envision Iowa Forward, so 2030 plan type thing, and it was a fairly lengthy facilitated plan. This one won't be as complex, but I can definitely say that, at least for me, that having a facilitator work with it, as we had essentially, I think, agreed to, was extremely helpful. And also bringing in, because the facilitator for that brought in a lot of different aspects and trends and looking into the future, whether it's population, climate, a variety of other things that probably would not have occurred to us otherwise to deal with.
Would it be advantageous for us to kind of figure out a date or two?
I think I haven't spoke with Karen about a possible date yet.
Okay.
It might be helpful to know if we're looking at a half day. Do you prefer that to be a weekday, weeknight, weekend? So maybe we can start with a little bit of focus there.
Sure.
I'm flexible, but I would prefer a weekday if we can do that.
Okay. Anybody preferring a week evening? Are there any days to avoid? I know Thursdays are typically a day to avoid for me, but I can float if need be.
Yeah, this semester I'm teaching Tuesdays and Thursdays, so but Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays I have more flexibility in my schedule, so in both day and evening.
Okay.
As long as I know in advance, I can make it
Okay.
work.
And what about time of the day? Is it better at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 2 p.m., 1 p.m.?
If it's morning, I would prefer like 10,
10.
later in the morning.
I could do it earlier than that myself, 8:30 or 9, something like that.
As long as it's after 7:30, I can manage whatever.
Right,
Okay.
there you go,
Can we meet in the middle, 9:30 a.m.?
9:30.
Does that sound good? So we'll think about 9:30s on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays.
Okay, like I said, we've still got to get the contract executed with ECOG. We need some refinements made to that, but we'll start working on that in the next couple of weeks, and you'll probably get a little doodle poll or request for your specific availability from the clerk's office sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Great.
I did have another question. I'm sorry, Mayor. Jeff, when you're talking with Karen about facilitating this, I think when we talked about having one of the benefits of the executive director of ECOG doing this process is, for one, they're going through this Eastern Iowa visioning right now, and also maybe can bring a little more regional view. Is that something that you've talked with Karen about, and we'll be able to fit that in with our timeline?
Yeah, I didn't mention, but we think that there's probably going to be homework for council and staff, and trying to get you copies of those plans, or at least the executive summaries of those plans, would be part of your kind of pre-reading heading into that. Staff is also going to be taking a look at those as well. So we could, if you prefer, we could schedule presentations from each of those two groups, but we thought, you know, if you scheduled presentations on 2 regional plans, that could be 2 hours, 3 hours of your meeting. So we thought maybe that's best done offline. Open to your suggestions, though.
I mean, I think based on what we heard today in terms of a presentation for the Envision East Central Iowa plan, there's probably a PowerPoint available that can essentially walk people through it pretty quickly, what the information was that was presented initially, and then the 7 pillars that were decided on, and the action items under each pillar. So that I don't know what the other one looks like, but this one I think could be probably done in terms of sending out a PowerPoint with a little bit of explanation.
And the other one we're talking about is the Project Better Together 2030? Okay.
Correct, and they have not started the rollout process yet, so we might be in a situation in which that's coming out in April or May, but we can at least get a good sense from them on where they stand and where they're heading.
Okay. All right, anything else related to that?
So if I could just clarify, if there is a comfort, do you want to see the final contract and the specifics of the facilitation services? Are you comfortable with me executing that? And if so, the next step is I'm going to be introducing you all to Karen via email so that you can set up individual times for phone calls.
Comfortable with you?
Comfortable.
I'm fine.
Okay.
with
Go
that.
ahead.
All right.
Can I ask one more question about about this, Mayor? Is that would it be like when we talk to Karen that we would do things like say these are stakeholders in the community that we would like to have talk to us or present at our or give us some ideas or input when we're considering this, so that we have is that when something like that would be appropriate?
Yeah, so that's always a difficult balance to make, because if you want to go through and receive stakeholder presentations on various topics within your plan, you know, you could go down the list. Housing, you're going to want to hear from several people. If it's childcare, you're going to want to hear from several people. Each of those lists, climate action. So I would caution you against trying to absorb all that information in the strategic plan. Oftentimes what you just need to do is analyze or acknowledge that we want to make childcare a priority. And then as we build kind of the action steps, how do we achieve our goal? The first step may just be we need to host a series of stakeholder meetings and determine what those next levels are. So when you set your strategic plan, you don't necessarily have to know what the end game is. You don't have to have every action defined, but you need to have the next step in the process defined. So it's a balance. If you want that, we could certainly arrange it. And yes, it would be good for you to relay that to Karen when you talk with her. But that's one of those things that will take a 2 or 3 month process and make it a 6 to 8 month process potentially.
Right. I mean, it could also sort of be done in terms of asking a few people to just submit like a paragraph or two on what their priorities would be, and then make us read it.
Yeah, however you all want to do that, you just need to make sure you have the right information, the information you need to make those goal-setting decisions. So
Thanks.
there's no right or wrong way to do it.
Thanks. Sorry, Mayor.
All right. The next item is COVID-19 updates, the latest CDC masking guidance. And I'll start this one off because I know that yesterday the city of Iowa City received news that the mask mandate was ending on today, the 1st of March. And this mask mandate was extended from the one that was issued in August. It went into September, and that mask mandate was without an expiration date. On this past Friday, as we all know, the CDC came out with guidance for the majority of the nation, depending on the level where you were in your community, that masks can be unworn in certain situations, certain indoor situations. Of course, looking at that guidance and looking at our current Johnson County numbers, there's a lot of good things that we've learned about our community. We are 74% fully vaccinated, which is great. We are going to continue to move forth the message of asking people to continue to to continue to get vaccinated is very important, as we've learned from the science on a lot of things when it comes down to the level of illness. Your chances are decreased when you're vaccinated. We do know that there are some things that we could not release the mask mandate for, and that is the busing system. That is under the federal, the transportation is under the federal guideline, and so we have to have that in place. Other than that, I know that this council has been exceptional at adhering to the science, and I want to thank you all for your support during these, since early 2020, when we've been doing all that we can to keep our community safe. I do believe that our actions, or the action of the mask mandate, was that of public health and safety. And now that we're at a new stage, I do encourage everyone to continue to be cognizant of environments when it's when there could pose a high risk personally, and also respect each other, whether there is a mask being worn or not. But at that point, I just wanted to open it up to council and want to say thanks to Iowa City for adhering to the mask mandate while it was in place and taking care of our neighbors.
Thank you for that, Mayor, and I'm grateful that we have the opportunity just to touch on this a little bit further here at our meeting. I've had conversations with a few counselors individually, and also with our city manager and with you, Mayor, about just, wow, this is a big policy change, and I wanted the opportunity for us to be able to discuss it. One of the things that I thought was really important to highlight about the new CDC guidance is something that, a phrase that I've been using kind of throughout the pandemic, which is that mitigation measures are a dial, not a switch, right? And that right now we've kind of dialed back to the point where masking isn't necessary, but if our county gets back into that high transmission rate, we're at medium right now, if we go back there, then maybe people could expect to, grab your masks again, and maybe even be required to grab them again. And so just emphasizing that, we're, as you said, Mayor, we're seeing such tremendous improvement, but we know that there are many members of our community who still cannot be vaccinated, being children under the age of 5. and that there are people who, based on their own personal situation, are maybe much more vulnerable. There are immunocompromised people for whom vaccination may not be effective. And so just keeping that in mind as we navigate throughout the community and making sure that we're not, sort of applying pressure to people unduly. Now that the mandate is lifted, it doesn't mean you have to get rid of your mask. So that was what I just hoped we could comment on.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with everything that the mayor and Councilmember Burgess have said. We remember what it was like last summer when we were down to low numbers and we could remove the mask mandate. So it's good to remember that dial may have to switch back. And in circumstances like this where you might want to choose to wear a mask still, even though it's not mandated. But I wouldn't throw them away yet. I think it's probably too soon for that. We all remember how nice that was last July. And then, and then came Delta, and then came Omicron. And so, fingers crossed, and whatever else you want to do to hope we don't have that happen again. But it's important to know that, we've got a health department that's watching this, even if the state numbers aren't coming through. And so, so I think that's, keep our fingers crossed and hope as the weather gets warmer and we can get outside and, open up windows and everything else, maybe that will have a nice synergy effect. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, so Councilor Burgess mentioned the more vulnerable populations, some of whom may not be happy with the fact that the mandate has been lifted. I don't think that we actually have. I think it's the library board that has control over the library. I mean, the children's room in the library has been really a safe haven for little kids who can go for story time, and everybody's masked and they're protected to the extent possible since they're not vaccinated. I had hoped, but I think it's probably not possible that we could continue the mandate solely in that place. And I know that the library is putting up signage to really encourage people to be cognizant of that in the children's room. That's tough for people sometimes, but I really hope that people will be considerate of those who cannot be vaccinated at this point.
And I would like to echo that, and I believe the mayor mentioned that also, that out of respect for people who do want to continue to wear masks, because this isn't saying that you just absolutely cannot wear a mask. If you feel that you need to be protected and wear a mask, then you should be able to do that, and persons should not be contradictory of that and bully these kinds of people.
Following on the heels of what everyone has said, actually, I'm really mindful of early in the pandemic when we really had this incredible outpouring of community, right? And over the past couple of years, we've really had that sense of what does it mean to be a community, and to really emphasize in the middle of a very, very fraught series of incidents and events that we need to be kind to one another. And hokey though it might sound, I think that we've all lived through enough together to recognize that as a community, we can be better together and to respect one another, both through vulnerabilities of those who haven't been vaccinated or cannot be vaccinated, and those who are avid and ready for, more outdoor events and for, saying we've gotten ourselves vaccinated. So I just wanted to repeat in different words what so many have already said, that I think that we've been through the fire in a lot of ways, and I know that we're not entirely out of it. I really like the dial metaphor, but I just think that it's a moment for us to remember that we can be one as a community, and no matter what our circumstances are, and to just remember that and to be kind to one another.
Thank you. And I guess in that sense, I would like to thank the community as a whole here for being so science conscious, for having the highest vaccination rate in the state and continuing to go up, for being considerate of others, for masking. That hasn't been the case everywhere in this country or even in this state. And so we have a lot to be thankful for in that sense.
Yeah, this idea of the dial is kind of interesting, because just over the last 2 days, last night I attended an event at the Englert, which required proof of vaccination and photo ID. And the day before that, on Sunday, I was at the women's basketball game where there were 15,000 people screaming their heads off, without any kind of vaccination requirements or anything of that sort. So it's kind of an interesting time that we're in terms of trying to understand, how to deal with the virus. But we each have to take responsibility and make the right decision for ourselves, cognizant of how it will affect others as well.
I do think you bring up an important kind of a example of requirements, that an entity place on the, for attendance. And I think that's what has been, kind of stated here, is to, we're asking for adherence to any of those businesses and their protocols. I think we're all on our own journeys and figuring out what is best for our own entities. We know that a lot of individuals are elderly, or that attend to some events when it's like Hancher or the Englert. But whatever the protocols are, we're asking people to adhere to those, and just be as safe as you can for not only yourself but for those around you. All right, if no more comments on this item, we're going to go to clarification of agenda items. And this is for the formal meeting agenda.
I just wanted to point out, actually, in the minutes for HCDC, which were January, so not the latest one, but there were a number of really important things that happened during it that are not going to be part of anything that we need to talk about right this second or even in the next month or so. But just to put it on the radar, they went through a new process of admitting new legacy agencies. And so that will probably, well, not probably, I'm sure that will have implications in terms of looking at budget, looking at what kind of services are provided by the different legacy agencies. It was a really robust conversation, and I certainly want to thank the Commission for being so thoughtful about it. But just having gone through it, the notes, I realized there's a lot that was new that will be coming before us, and so I just wanted to put that on people's radars. They are looking at a number of recommendations that will have an impact on the kinds of decisions that we make down the road as well.
Any other items from the formal agenda, formal meeting agenda? Moving on to info packet number from February 17th.
I always appreciate the IP3, the Master Gardener 2021, their reports, which are annual. It's always good to read that and to appreciate the work that's being done downtown.
I actually really liked reading how they had managed to distribute seeds in a very safe way. I hadn't realized that. It was everybody adapted.
Moving on to info packet, February 24th.
I guess just an observation, Mayor. As I'm looking at the pending work session topics, which I think is IP4, that this feels like today will be the second time we've had like a short work session. So maybe we can stack some more things. I don't know what we've got coming up, but should we find ourselves there again, looks like we might be able to hit some of these topics.
Yes.
So on that note, my intention or my hope is that we'll be able to discuss the Forest View relocation matter at your next work session. That'll take probably the full time for me to kind of walk you through what my recommendation would be, and for you to have a pretty robust discussion on that. Again, that's a American Rescue Plan priority for the city, so that's our intention for March 22nd. We do have the senior center master plan that is now ready for you to receive as well. So we can do that in a work session setting, or if you prefer, you can do that in a formal setting. I don't think we necessarily need you to adopt that formally, but you can always receive presentations at the formal meeting as well. And then, yeah, there's a host of other topics on there that you can choose to advance. The recreation facilities master plan is not quite ready. That's probably more of a summer item for you. That will be another big one for you to look at.
Any other items?
Just a quick follow-up on that. Do we know at this point when the transit changes? I know Sunday service has been delayed too. I think you had said maybe yet this summer.
Yeah, Redmond and I were just talking with Darian. I'm not sure if Darian's here as well. So we are going through the cost analysis now. I think we should probably be ready to present to you what the plan would be. Again, I think you need to understand the costs, how we're paying for this, how we'll have to pay for it after the pilot period is done if we want to continue it. Darian and her team have identified a number of smaller changes to schedules that we should probably make based on user feedback after the rollout last August. So we'll bring that into the mix. I think summer is going to be a challenge. If for nothing else, the hiring of staff. We have had a hard time filling our driver positions this year. I think you know that we've had to had supervisors driving a lot. We actually had to scale back service for a couple-week period because of lack of drivers. We're looking at, and Darian, correct me if I'm wrong, probably 14 new driver positions.
Oh, wow.
To be able to staff Sunday service. And attracting those drivers and then getting them the required licensures that they need is maybe going to push us past the summer. But I'll look for any other feedback you have, Darian. I would think that we're probably ready to have the conversation with you April, May. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds reasonable, yes. But I think the biggest impact in terms of timing is going to be the hiring process. In addition to the challenges that we're having internally and other businesses are having, there are some new federal regulations that just went into effect in February for anyone who is applying for a position and they don't have a CDL and it's a CDL requirement position, and that adds time to the hiring process. So that was an unexpected twist this year, and that could potentially prolong becoming fully staffed so we can provide that service for the community.
Thank you.
Any other items? University of Iowa student government updates, and as you can see that Anna and Elizabeth are not here, but they did send us some updates that Mayor Pro Tem Alter is going to give.
That I will. So per their notes, they participated in the Daily Iowan interviews regarding lease gap week and weeks and potential programs and efforts to support students. They will send the article to us when it gets published, but I thought that this, I actually am changing the order just a little bit. It just seems that this rings out quite a bit in terms of a real need in the community, and I'm very glad that the student government is on this. I promise no more editorializing. So additional updates are that research is still developing ideas for sustainable mask options that reduced waste both city and university-wide. The move-in checklist passed out of committee and is now going to go to the House floor. They're hopeful that it will pass. The Director of Health and Safety and the Director of Sustainability are working with the GPSG to get sustainable menstrual products at the food pantry and the RAC, our WRAC. Sustainability is looking into carbon capture pipeline being built through Iowa and would love feedback and thoughts on the project and its implications for Iowa City. Again, incredibly important topic. The university is celebrating its 175th year since its establishment in 1855. The Board of Regents approved 2 new degrees, a doctorate program in criminology in the UI Graduate School and a Master of Science in Data Science program in the Graduate College. Both will be added in the fall of 2022. And then finally, magnets are ordered. I apologize, I cannot tell you which magnets these are. Jeff?
They're basically telling students what their rights are in terms of housing as they get leases and so forth.
Fantastic. They ordered 11,000 copies and a sample copy is being shipped to the IMU. And those are the updates.
Great. Thank you. All right, any council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees?
I had attended a paratransit advisory meeting last week, and they were speaking to the same kind of restrictions that Darian just mentioned as far as the challenges of getting drivers and getting them licensed up appropriately and timely. And they've also seen, I think, decline in ridership related to the pandemic. So some challenging times, certainly, for our paratransit programs. Also attended an ECOG board meeting, and as Janice mentioned, just right before this meeting, we came from a large public meeting relating to their 2030 Eastern Iowa visioning process that has been going on. So very excited to hear and learn, I think, a little bit for our group how their findings and the amount of outreach that they've done is just tremendous. They've had 15 different focus groups through all different kinds of industries and governmental entities and members of the public. So just excited to see kind of how that pans out, and also got my ECOG orientation, so know a little more what it's about.
Right, and I just add to that it's a 6-county area, so the areas vary wildly in terms of how rural they are, how urban they are, what their growth has been. The one thing we saw today at the presentation was that at least that even the rural, I think it was Benton County that had the lowest growth. Even every county in the area had at least some growth, even if it was small. There's no county in this area that experienced negative growth.
Really good. Okay. Any other updates? Hearing none, I think we are adjourned until 6 p.m. p.m. I'm going to call our meeting to order. This is the City of Iowa City formal meeting on March 1st, 2022. And I'm going to start with roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Here.
Harmson,
Here.
Taylor,
Here.
Teague,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right, welcome back, counselors, and welcome to everyone that is in the audience and also joining us by social media outlets. I want to start today just by taking a moment just to acknowledge what's happening throughout within the world here today. And so as Mayor of Iowa City and on behalf of the council and the entire community, I would like to take a moment to speak about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It is with shock, sadness, and horror that we watched Russia President Vladimir Putin launch his invasion of Ukraine, striving to illegally rip the nation away from its democratically elected rulers and recreate it as puppet of his Russian regime. We here in Iowa City value democracy, value the rule of law, and value peace. And so we condemn Vladimir Putin with Russia and Russia. We stand with the heroic people of Ukraine who, despite being outgunned and outmanned, are putting up a fierce fight and laying down their lives to protect their country and their freedoms. We stand with our own president as he works to help build and support an international coalition of nations who are implementing sanctions and other means to pressure Russia into abandoning its military ambition. We are ready to make the small sacrifices our nation asks of us so we may help the Ukrainians who are making the ultimate sacrifice for their nation. We stand with our allies in NATO, the European Union, and nations around the globe in hopes that by standing shoulder to shoulder, we can face the Russian tyrant without the added death and destruction that will come with military operations. We stand with the Russians who risk their lives to take to the streets of Russian cities and protest Putin's war and join the global chorus demanding he stop this madness. I ask everyone in Iowa City to join me in holding all of these brave souls in our hearts and minds, and to continue to speak out on behalf of Ukraine. I also wanted to acknowledge the lights in the pedestrian mall stage and our public works street facilities will shine blue and gold, which are the colors of the Ukrainian flag and show of support during this time of conflict and turmoil. And we're going to go on to item number 2, which are proclamations. And 2A is Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Theta Chapter Day. Whereas Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the first intercollegiate Greek letter fraternity established for black college students, was founded at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York in 1906. In a period of 90 years, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity grew from one undergraduate group of 7 members to an international organization with an active membership well beyond 290,000 and is the central organization for many subordinate chapters of which Iowa City has a chapter. And whereas the Alpha Theta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity was established on March 11, 1922, at the University of Iowa as the 30th chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, and as the second black fraternity at the University of Iowa. And whereas the Alpha Theta chapter has maintained excellence in community building through its programming and partnerships with university departments and other student organizations. And whereas the City of Iowa City recognizes and honors the Alpha Theta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated for 100 years of contributing to the education, civic responsibility, and the positive experience of Black men at the University of Iowa and community at large. And whereas the City of Iowa City thanks all members, alumni, and advisors who have worked tirelessly to advance the mission of the fraternity, and commend the Alpha Theta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated for a century of success and significant contributions to the City of Iowa City. Now therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim March 11th, 2022 as Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Alpha Theta Chapter Day. And to receive this award and this proclamation is Anthony. And I'll have you come over here at this time and we'll give him a hand clap for the work that they've done.
Hey, good evening. My name is Eric Thickpen. Anthony couldn't make it, so I'm honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of all the members of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and all the members of the Alpha Theta chapter seated at the University of Iowa. I would like to thank Mayor Bruce Teague and the City Council of Iowa City for recognizing this historic event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Item number 2B is International Women's Day and Women's History Month. And Mayor Pro Tem Alter will read this proclamation.
Whereas the accomplishments and achievements of women were first recognized in 1977 by beginning the annual commemoration of International Women's Day, and later in 1987 by doing the same for Women's History Month. And whereas women are leaders who fill essential economic, social, and cultural roles. And whereas women make critical contributions to science, law, education, engineering, mathematics, and the arts, and are heroes on the front line of the COVID-19 crisis. And whereas March 8 is celebrated as International Women's Day around the world, and whereas the theme of International Women's Day 2022 is Changing Climates, Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, and whereas women are essential change makers for climate mitigation, initiating sustainability measures, research development, and leadership in Iowa City and around the world, and whereas the Johnson County chapter of the United Nations Association of the United States of America and 19 community partners are marking International Women's Day by honoring Inside Out Reentry Community, Iowa City Compassion, and Open Heartland for their women-led contributions to our community at its annual Night of 1,000 dinners. And whereas these organizations will be recognized during a virtual community celebration of International Women's Day on Tuesday, March 8th. Now, therefore, I, Megan Alter, on behalf of Mayor Bruce Teague, do hereby proclaim March 8 as International Women's Day and the month of March 2022 to be recognized as Women's History Month in Iowa City, and urge citizens to recognize and support the contributions of women in the changing world. And it says accepting will be Barbara Eckstein.
I want to thank the city for recognizing the work of the Johnson County United Nations Association on behalf of International Women's Day and our People of in Transition event on March 8th. And I particularly want to thank the Iowa City Human Rights Commission, who have been big supporters of ours. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to start with the consent agenda, items 3 through 8. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Weiner. And is anyone in the public like to address a topic that is under the consent agenda? If so, please step to the podium. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you. And inside the building here, we do have a sign-in sheet. I'm going to assume that no one is wanting to speak on the consent agenda items. Okay. If you wanted to step up and speak and then, okay. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, my name is Noah, live in Iowa City. Yes, so I have a question about the number 6B procurement, the cameras. So what does this mean by monitoring intersections, like for what? It's an agenda item, so by state law, you can't answer this. Your refusal to answer is just a personal choice of yours, because there's no statutory requirement saying you can't speak, because that's only on non-agenda items. This is an agenda item, so you can't answer my questions legally. So, what exactly is like the purpose of these cameras? Monitoring what? And to what purpose? And who has access to these cameras? How are you going to make sure these cameras aren't abused to spy on people? Which this is just surveillance state. Surveillance state, putting cameras everywhere, and your refusal to answer questions about the public about these said cameras. When you can answer the public under Iowa code, you can respond to public's questions. You can have discussion on agenda items. It is properly noticed. So the only time when you don't answer questions on agenda items, that is your choice. You are choosing to not respond to the public when you do that. You are choosing to isolate yourselves from the public and not have responsive. I already know that we don't live in democracy, but just like really solidifies the point that, wow, I really don't live in a democracy. My so-called representatives will not really want to talk to people. They won't tell the public why they're doing and what they're doing it for. So why are you having cameras? Like, can someone answer that?
Mayor, can we ask a staff member maybe
If that's what you would like to do.
sometime, because we might not know.
It's actually stated in the item itself what it's used for.
Because it's in the item. It lists what
sorry,
it's
what?
used for, but
Within
I'm
the
not,
item itself,
I'm
it's
just
stated
asking
what
if
it's
staff could
used for.
maybe.
Yep, you could either answer it during your deliberation, or you can direct the staff as Councilor Thomas stated the last time.
Could we just explain what they're used for, please?
Sure, it's page 62 of the packet if you're tracking. I'll just read from that. The Streets and Traffic Engineering Division have pan-tilt zoom cameras installed at 49 intersections in Iowa City. That's already present today. The pan-tilt zoom cameras give staff the ability to assess detection issues, pedestrian push-button issues, and overall operation issues remotely. The cameras are also used to assess road conditions during snow events. This purchase will add 40 signalized intersections to the pan-tilt zoom camera system.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to address an item that is on the consent agenda? Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes. Passes 7 to 0. We are on to item number 9, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for anyone in the community that wishes to talk on an item that is not on our agenda. And if you are online and wish to speak, please raise your hand so I can see how many people want to speak that are online. And if you're in the audience, please raise your hand at this time so I'll also know who all wants to speak. I'm seeing no one online and seeing one person and the 2 people in the audience. I'm going to allow for 3 minutes for each speaker to speak. Please step to the podium and also sign your name when you get a chance at the side table. Welcome.
Hello, name's Noah. What am I here talking about? I'm just going to tell y'all to defund ICPD. They are a violent institution. They are unaccountable to the people. There's some other things. Oh yes, it'd be nice if you should have a public housing and divert some of that money from the police into like housing people, something that actually like serves people's needs. Actually like decently funding mental health for people. This GuideLink is very underfunded. They don't, community is underfunded. Lots like the actual services that actually like help people in crises are underfunded and are very limited in how they're able to help people. And all this, but the city the city shows its priorities when it gives cops millions and millions and millions of dollars year after year and don't have a whole lot to show for it. So yeah, that's all I have to say today.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address an item that is not on the council agenda at this time? Please state your name and the city you're from.
Hello, my name is Mircea Thomas from Iowa City. I'm not really sure that this is the correct protocol. I was here 2 years ago to complain about a fine that I got on account of my sidewalk, that hadn't been shoveled, and I was told that it would be addressed today.
What is the address?
1851 Muscatine Avenue.
Yep, that'll be later in the
Later on,
agenda
thank you.
item. Thank you. Anyone else like to address an item that is not on our agenda? Please, yes.
To whom it may concern, I have think that we came last week, but we were told the issue had been moved today on today's agenda item. When I clicked on my phone, which is not a smartphone, the dumb phone, that doesn't click on. So I don't know if it would be on today.
It's later today.
It'll be later.
Today.
Yes.
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 Thank you very
I'll let
much.
you know. Thank you.
Yeah, I signed the name.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to move on to item number 10A, which is Hickory Trail Estates preliminary plot. This is a resolution approving the preliminary plot of the Hickory Trail Estate subdivision, Iowa City, Iowa. Could I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Alter.
And we're going to welcome staff. And is there someone from anyone else? So after you speak, we'll bring up any of the applicants.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. The development team is here tonight. Their architect, engineer, and the developer are available for comment after the presentation. As you said, this is a preliminary plat for Hickory Trail Estates, shown here in the white outline. The applicant is Nelson Development, LLC. They're requesting the approval of the preliminary plat, which is essentially a 2-lot subdivision, approximately 48 acres in area, located south of Scott Boulevard and west of First Avenue. The applicant intends to develop about 8 acres of that as a senior living facility and dedicate the remainder, about 40 acres, to the city as public parkland. A rezoning to public would, a P zone public would occur for that parkland after it's been dedicated to the city. And as a reminder, this area was recently rezoned through this body to the zoning district that would allow for this type of development. This is an exhibit showing the surrounding zoning again. This is the plat itself that's under consideration tonight. A little bit of detail there. Like I said, the 8 acres shown in the lower right corner for future development as senior housing, and the remainder as parkland. The plat does include designation of public right-of-way along the southern boundary there for access to the senior living development through an extension of Hickory Trail Street, which would be a cul-de-sac extending west off of First Avenue. A little close-up of the site itself as it's being currently considered. A couple other features to point out here. There would be sidewalk on both sides of Hickory Trail, 5-foot wide sidewalk on the north side, a wider sidewalk 8 feet in width on the south side of Hickory Trail, and actually that 8-foot sidewalk would extend off-site to the east to connect to First Avenue. Also, there'd be a trail connection made south of Hickory Trail into Hickory Hill Park. When staff reviews preliminary plats, we use several criteria, including compliance with the comprehensive plan and applicable subdivision ordinances. This application is in compliance with the comprehensive plan, both the Iowa City 2030 long-range plan and the Northeast District plan. It's in compliance with the zoning, with the proposed density and the type of style of development, which is more conservation design in nature, allowing for preservation of the sensitive areas that are present on this parcel of land, including a stream, wetlands, woodlands, and steep slopes. There were conditions placed at the rezoning, and while none of those are completely satisfied at this time, the preliminary plat does show the level of detail appropriate at this stage to ensure that these conditions will be able to be met in the future. Those conditions included a submission of a landscape plan detailing the tree planting for Lot 1, as well as those trail connections and sidewalk construction that I mentioned earlier. Staff does review the preliminary plat criteria for preliminary plats. As I mentioned before, we have evaluated the streets and circulation, the sidewalks, trails, and pedestrian connections, the general block and layout. As I mentioned, there's quite a bit of open space dedication accomplished with this plat. It would be executed with the final plat at a later date as conveyance to the city. And we've also ensured that there's adequate utilities available for this style of development. So to recap, the development process here shown in grade are the steps that have already happened or will happen. Bolded in black is the step we're at here with this preliminary plat. Like I mentioned, there would be a final plat that's executed later, and then actual review of the site plan for development and the issuance of building permits. So based on the review of relevant criteria in the subdivision code, staff did recommend approval, and at their February 16th, 2022 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred with staff's opinion and also recommended approval. There were notices provided to surrounding neighbors, but a good neighbor meeting was not held as it was just recently held for the rezoning. That concludes my staff report, and as I mentioned, the applicant development team is here tonight.
Great. Thank you. And do either of them want to speak tonight? Welcome.
Good evening. Brian Belk, Axiom Consultants. As Danielle said, yeah, certainly here to answer any questions. I think she did a thorough job of going through the project. You're pretty familiar with this one at this time and has made a lot of changes, but I think we're really happy with where it's at. Jacob from Nelson is here, as well as Andrew from the architect, if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. If you're present, please sign in and step to the podium. Seeing no one. Council discussion?
I'll be voting to approve this preliminary plan, and I believe this is a really good example of the developer, the community, and the council listening to each other and coming up with a project that suits everyone's best interests, and I commend everybody for that. I also commend the developers for paying particular attention to protecting sensitive areas and also maintaining the natural integrity of the park. So as I said, I will vote to approve this plan, but I do encourage the developers, and I hope you listen to this, to keep sustainability in mind and consider utilizing such things as solar panels or permeable pavement to help move us towards our climate action goals. Thank you.
Great.
Well, I certainly look forward to the development of the parcel, which will be the senior housing portion of the project. From what I've seen with the submittals, it's a very sensitive site plan, the way it's integrated into that particular location. So I'm looking forward to that, and of course I'm looking forward to the expansion of Hickory Hill Park, which will make what is a very important natural area in Iowa City even stronger, with the protection of those sensitive areas that are located in this 40-acre portion that will be added to the park. So I'm very happy with the outcome of this project.
Roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11 is 2022 City of Iowa City Parking Garages Maintenance and Repair. This is a resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the 2022 City of Iowa City Parking Garages Maintenance and Repair Project, establishing amount of bid, security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And we'll start with our staff. Welcome.
Joe Welter from the Engineering Division. So this is our annual project where we do maintenance and repair and needed activities at the 6 parking garages around the city, mostly in the downtown area. And this particular project will be working at 5 of the 6. The only one we're not doing work at in this project is Harrison Street. The project will include electrical, mechanical, and structural repairs and maintenance at those 5 garages. There'll be some scanning of the electrical equipment. There'll be some ventilation improvements made on our mechanical systems, our HVAC systems. Structural repairs will be the most extensive in this contract. We'll have some concrete crack repairs. There'll be a corrosion inhibitor and penetrating sealer at the tower ramp. I'll talk more about that in a second. Epoxy filler with a membrane coating, horizontal spall repairs, joint sealant with membrane. There are some post-tension slab repairs at the tower ramp. I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. And there'll be a couple of steel beams, 4 different locations at the Dubuque Street ramp that will also be repaired. Those items in black are the items that show up in our 5-year master plan. It's a 5-year condition review and proposed repair and maintenance master plan. It was done in June 2020, was finalized, and that's a 5-year plan. And so those items in black are those planned, programmed things that show up in that plan. The green ones are ones that have manifested themselves in the past year, and again, those I'll address in a little bit more detail. So I'm going to start with the post-tension slab issues at the tower ramp. These were discovered in late June and July of 2021. After discovery of these issues, we sought to do some investigation. We did an amendment with our consultant who sought some additional expertise from a consulting firm that specializes in these types of post-tension concrete slab systems. We did investigation and design throughout the summer and the fall. I'm going to show you a couple more pictures. So this is right before 4th of July last year. You can see how there is a couple of areas there. At this time, there was about 3 different tendons that had failed. And then by the end of July, you can see that the damages had extended. At that time, we did shore and brace the structure to prevent further damages. And so that shoring and bracing has been up since that time, since the beginning of July. Another thing that we did was we wanted to see how extensive these damages were There's many other places that have a similar jointing system to the one that you saw in those pictures. That was the top slab. But this design extends through the whole ramp. So we did a chloride ion and a rim tube testing survey of the whole ramp, all the levels. The results of that were given to us in early November, and it showed severe contamination in the top 3/4 inches of 3/4 of an inch of the slab, and noteworthy contamination 1.5 inches deep. That study recommended corrosion inhibitor and penetrating sealer throughout the ramp to be implemented in the next 3 years. One of the things that it also talked about is the fact that we had programmed, I commented on how we have programmed work each year from the master plan. We had programmed work in 2022 and 2024, but not in 2023. Staff was somewhat uncomfortable waiting 3 years to make these repairs, and since we didn't have anything planned in 2023, we did accelerate our plans to incorporate this into the project this year. I'll talk a little bit about some economy of scale that we get with incorporating it into this year in a couple of slides. The main things that the corrosion inhibitor is going to do is it's going to protect. There's a lot of shallow reinforcing in these slabs, rebar and the post-tension cables themselves. So the chloride intrusion that comes from the salt that we put on the ramp in the wintertime will start to corrode that metal. So the penetrating sealer or the corrosion inhibitor is going to soak into the concrete and coat that metal and help prevent that from corroding in the future. The penetrating sealer is exactly what it sounds like. It's a sealer that penetrates into the top surface. It's going to help reduce water and chloride infiltration in the future. I'm going to talk a little bit about the extra repairs at the Dubuque Street ramp. We exposed just this one area, but there's 4 different areas. We exposed 2 of the 4 areas in the project last year, our maintenance project last year. And exposed these beams that are near the stairwells on the north side of the ramp. There's one on the northwest corner and one on the northeast corner. These beams are showing a lot of corrosion and a lot of deterioration. And so we're planning to replace these beams in this year's project. So last year, we had the contractor that we hired expose these areas so that we could see them and evaluate them. And then we got our consultant to design a package that's incorporated in this year to replace them. The other issue is we want to prevent these beams from having this issue in the future. And so we looked at where's this water and where are these chlorides, where is this intrusion coming from? And it's on the top level of the deck and also in the elevator area on the top level. And so we're going to put membrane and filler in that area. We're going to slope the drainage away from those areas. That's going to require us to take the old flashing off, take some of the masonry off. We're going to have to redo that flashing, redo that masonry, redo sealant. The door's going to have to be cut because we're actually going to raise that a little bit. So there'll be some changes to that top deck, but the intention is to get the water out of that area and away from the wall where it's been seeping down into the wall and into these beam areas. I want to talk a little bit about the budget. So in our last budget cycle, we budgeted $650,000 for this CIP. $55,000 of that was for our consultant fees. $70,000 of that was for the shoring and bracing that we're doing at Dubuque Street and at the tower ramps. And then the remainder of that, $525,000, was for construction of our maintenance activities. I do have a comparison because our opinion of cost for the whole project is substantially more than that budget, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit. So you can see a side-by-side comparison. On the left is what the opinion of cost is going to be, and then on the right is the actual budget that we had done. So you can see for the 3 items, those items that we were planning to do, the electrical, mechanical, structural work that was in the black bulleted items earlier, That pretty much worked out the way that we thought it would, around $300,000. In the fall, we had cost estimates from our consultant for the beam repairs at Dubuque Street, as well as the post-tension repairs in the slab, top slab at the tower ramp. Those costs did stay pretty consistent throughout the design. Then we have that extra item, which was recommended to us in November after we had already submitted the budget cycle, which was the corrosion inhibitor and penetrating sealer. Again, it did not make sense to delay this until 2023 or 2024. The costs of these materials are very unique, and some of the information we were getting from our consultant as well as the vendors was that these materials were escalating in cost at 1% to 2% a month, and that might continue through 2022. So we thought it would be best as staff to just go ahead with making these repairs, fixing that ramp up, getting the capacity of that ramp back in service. Schedule for this project, so we have a bid opening later this month with the intention of bringing this to the council on the first meeting in April for an award. Construction will start in May, and we're looking to have final completion done before the fall semester starts for the university. There's my contact information. I'd like to have a special thanks for Shive Hattery and Walker, who were our engineering consultants, and we do have Tony Altenhofen with us today from Shive Hattery, so if there's technical questions that the council has or that the public has, we can call him up to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please come to the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Taylor. Council discussion?
Well, I really appreciate the detail in the presentation, and I'm certainly grateful that we identified some of those additional issues, which will not be going away unless we address them. And so, yeah, appreciate staff's thorough presentation of the issues we're facing.
Yeah, clearly it's an important thing to stop the corrosion now because it's only getting more expensive. Out of curiosity, the sealant, how long will that, is that expected, that product expected to stop any further corrosion? Is that like a 5-year, 10-year perpetuity? We should be so lucky.
I'm not particularly familiar with the specific details of the products. There are various products available that are generally accepted in the industry as performing the corrosion inhibiting protection that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the warranties typically for those products are 5 years. Certain manufacturers do allow you to get an extended warranty in certain circumstances.
Thank you.
Will you give us your name and who you're with, please?
Yes, Tony Altenhofen, Shive Hattery.
Thank you. All right.
I have just a question out of curiosity. What caused the failure? And I believe it was in the first, it was Tower Court, I believe. There was a description of the water that had become problematic for Dubuque Street, but was that the same concern? Was that the same problem with Tower Court?
So there were two separate
right,
facilities with two separate issues.
Okay, so I'm concerned, or not, I'm curious about the first issue.
The one where there's the bulge in the concrete.
Yeah.
So what's
Yeah, that
happening
happened in
there's high tension cables within the concrete slab that allow it to carry the vehicle loads. So so they pour the concrete with the cables in the slab and they tension those to super high forces in the cables, and so they're in compression. So what we think was happening there was a repair at that location in the past where an epoxy product was used, which is not uncommon, but because it was a low area of the slab, water was going to that location and was seeping into the concrete, and because of the combination of deterioration from that water and the previous patching that had occurred at that location, there was it was a weakened condition. So the cable has a lot of tension in it, slipped. And so what's happening there is the epoxy repair is bulged up because the end of the cable that has a plate had shifted under the pressure. So it started as just one cable, and those cables are roughly about 18 to 20 inches apart. And after the first one went, the ones adjacent to it started to go. So it was one, and then it was three, and a week later, then it was 5 cables adjacent that had slipped. So, and that's when we acted as quickly as we could to get shoring in there, up underneath, to just prevent any further damage to the cables, damage to the slab, and of course, address any safety concerns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12 is pedestrian mall playground. This is a resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the pedestrian mall playground project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we'll start with Julie. Welcome.
Hi, Julie Seidel-Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. I love to follow such a, such a technical presentation with this one. This is all about fun. This is the playground renovation in the Ped Mall. You may recall that we have already ordered the playground, so this is the bid for the removal of the existing playground and the installation of this playground and the safety surfacing underneath. I checked with the playground manufacturer yesterday, and right now we're on track for the playground equipment to arrive at the end of May, and with that time frame we would have about a month's construction time at some point in June or July. It should be fairly quick when everything's on site.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone from the public would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. If you're in the audience, please come to the podium. And there is a sign-in sheet that you can sign in when you're done.
So I guess like it might be too late now, but I was personally gonna oppose the playground because so it's like $200,000 or plus, obviously. But like we've heard from the last 2 meetings, like I don't know the official name of it, but like the excluded fund, they were talking like mothers were up there like crying about like whether or not like they would be able to like feed their kids and stuff. And then last meeting we had a bunch of people talking about how they need money like 30 to 60, move 30 to 60 days for work. And they need funds for that too. And then also like in your meeting you talked about accessibility. So I just like wanted, like you don't have to tell me obviously because I know how that doesn't work like that, but like just like who is it accessible to? Like if like people with disabilities were able to like go onto the park, or if there were swings like for disabled people. So I was just like curious about that as well. And then like we briefly mentioned like climate action, and it's like never really on the agenda, but fixing something that like isn't broken isn't sustainable. So I just like had those ideas, but like obviously she just said she like ordered the stuff, but I was just like, it just kind of sucks that like it's like all that money to like put in something that isn't broken. But maybe it isn't safe, but I guess like people wouldn't be able to go on it if it wasn't safe. But yeah, those are just my thoughts. But
Will you give us your name and the city you're from?
I'm Bridget and I'm from Elmhurst, Illinois.
Thanks, and if you can just sign in. Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Harmson.
Second.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Weiner. Council discussion.
It's always been, oh,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's always been hard for me to hear that something in our infrastructure is nearing the end of its useful life. That's just sort of a hard expression for me to hear. But this Ped Mall playground has certainly had a very useful life. Every time I've walked by there, it's being used and enjoyed by many children, my granddaughter included. She loves the playground as it exists now. Her favorite part is the little piece that carries sound from one end of the playground to the other. She absolutely loves to do that. It's hard for me to really appreciate, though, what the new playground will look like from the conceptual drawing. So it will be it'll be fun to see how it turns out. But I do appreciate the fact that the shade structures were included, because there isn't anything there currently now that kind of, you're just out in the elements there. So that will be nice. So I do hope that this playground can continue to be enjoyed by many more generations to come.
Julie, I did have a question. I think from the public feedback, there were some numerous, I think, adjustments. We got over 500 comments on the playground. Can you speak a little bit to what those adjustments were,
Sure.
Specifically accessibility as well?
Sure, and just to explain the process to the public, there was a separate council item earlier in the summer for the actual purchase of the equipment. It was done in the public process as well. The design was done with a planning committee made up of parents, downtown business owners, Parks and Rec people, a large group of people, parents with children with disabilities. We put the designs out for public comment, and if you remember, we had about 550 people comment on this design with lots of ideas about what needed to change. So indeed, several things were altered. The color scheme was altered. There was 2 different pieces of equipment added for additional accessible play for people using mobility devices. There was shade added for the request of people that, kids and parents that had conditions that were adverse to the sun. And in general, the playground itself had accessibility areas added to it, with the large tower having an additional transfer platforms and stairs. Because we heard not only about kids that wanted to be able to get up and play, but then their adult caregivers needing to get up to the top to, quote, rescue them when needed. So there was a number of things added to it at that point. So that was back in the earlier purchasing part of this program. So thank you.
Yep, we look forward to testing it once it's installed.
Yes.
Give you our feedback.
All right. If nothing else from council, roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 13 is enforcement of bike lane parking violations. Ordinance amending Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 4 entitled Parking Regulations, Section 1 entitled Parking Prohibited in Specific Places to prohibit parking in bike lanes, Chapter 9 entitled Towing and Impoundment Procedures, Section 2 entitled Towing and Impoundment of Certain Illegally Parked Vehicles to allow towing of vehicles parked in bike lanes, and Chapter 3 entitled Rules of the Road, Section 11 entitled Prohibited Acts and Conditions to delete the reference to parking in bike lanes. This is first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Burgess.
All right, and we'll welcome staff.
Good evening, Council. Darian Nagel-Gam, Director of Transportation Services. The ordinance amendment before you tonight would essentially enable Transportation Services parking enforcement staff to issue citations to vehicles that, or to drivers of vehicles that stop, stand, or park in the bike lanes. Currently, it's prohibited currently from parking, stopping, or standing in bike lanes, but currently only the police department has the authority to issue the citation, so this would expand that so that Transportation Services parking staff, especially in the downtown, could monitor bike lane blockages. And if you've been downtown, especially around, I'd say, lunch or dinner time, you can see an increasing number of vehicles blocking the bike lanes. It's increased during the pandemic, I think due to, in part, the proliferation of food delivery and other delivery services. And really, this is causing a safety issue, especially for cyclists, but also for drivers who really need to swerve around the parked vehicles, which are often in the bike lane and in part of the through lane. And at peak times, it could happen multiple times. So it really creates kind of a slalom effect that we're trying to avoid. Our goal is really to preserve the bike lane for bicycles and redirect commercial vehicles to the specialty parking zones designated for short-term commercial parking in the downtown. Transportation services staff over the last couple months has been having conversations with drivers of vehicles and letting them know it is prohibited to park, stand, or stop in the bike lane when there's people present. That's not always been the case. We've been helping them find other places to park, letting them know where the nearest specialty and commercial zones are located at. We would continue with this education campaign. We actually have created we've been working with communications to create a small handbill flyer that would accompany any citations that has a map of where all of the commercial loading zones are in the downtown area, and have a QR code that could even link to Google Maps on a phone and help direct you to an appropriate place to park. We will also plan on, I'd say, an extensive media campaign to help bring awareness to the fact that bike lanes aren't really for parked vehicles there, and then help again to promote parking in these specialty areas that have been designated for short-term commercial vehicle parking. The next steps really would be to begin issuing warnings at first, and then we would move to citations, and then we would just continue with that education campaign. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on this ordinance amendment.
Darian, do you think we have enough special parking zones to accommodate those drivers who are currently stopping in the bike lanes?
So if we're referring to sort of the personal vehicles that are serving a commercial purpose, say the delivery driving vehicles, they have, I would say, the greatest opportunity to park in the downtown, because they can park in commercial loading zones, all vehicle loading zones. We have right now 41 10-minute pickup and drop-off zones that we instituted during the pandemic to help with this kind of short-term commercial needs. There's also parking available in the parking facilities. First hour is free, so it's a quick, move in and move out. I think we have enough. It's probably more of a struggle for the larger vehicles, and not of space necessarily, but the time of the demand. So I think there may have to be some evaluation of whether the deliveries are coming at the most ideal time so that parking spaces are available. If the deliveries were spaced out in such a way, I think that we do have that capacity with our commercial and our all vehicle loading zones.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Thomas just spoke, and I know he's been talking about safe streets for as long as I can remember. And I think having vehicles parked in designated bike lanes, causing the bicycles and vehicles to swerve.
We're not at council deliberations yet.
Oh, we're not yet. Okay,
Yes,
never mind.
sorry
then.
about that. I hear you.
Thought we jumped to that. That's okay. Sorry.
Yes. Anyone from the public would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah. I'm first going to start out with not pro parking in places you're not supposed to park, but I am going to just talk about like the effects, like think more effects like your tickets having some. A few months ago, my car broke down, I parked my car into a spot that was not blocking the roads, not blocking traffic, it wasn't blocking anything. I was at the. And that's not really the entire point. I don't have time to get into the whole details of it. But anyway, so I had a ticket. My car was broken. I could not move my car. And so I didn't have the financial means to move it, to get a tire for anything like that. So I had the ticket, and then I remember, and then it was just towed away. And I didn't have, due to financial reasons and the fact of, like, as a New York Division person, just making operating in this world, it can be very disabling sometimes. So anyways, it caused it. So then when I went to the towing company that y'all, the city employs, they told me, because they charge a fee there of, how many a day? No, it was more than that. It was 500. It was just like they charge $40, I think $40 a day at the facility for just storing it, plus then all their other fees for the towing and all that stuff. So then to even get my own car back, which I drive for a living, so I'm a delivery driver, so that's like how I make my money. They charged was over $500. I had no way to pay it. The only reason I was able to pay because I am privileged and I have a family who is able to support me with money. And the only reason I even have my car still is because I come from a family that I'm privileged enough to have a support system that can support me. Otherwise, I would have lost my car. I would have lost my freaking living. I've literally thought about killing myself. I mean, that's been a lot. I mean, that is this system. It punishes the poor. Because the rich person who gets that ticket, it does not matter. That does not concern it. This hurts the poor, working class people the most. There's no. I went to the city. I went to City Hall. I talked to the police and the people there, and then other people just at the City Hall, the desk, and no one was able to help me at all, dude. They just said, "Well, tough luck," pretty much. So I know, I think. I don't really necessarily have a solution. I just think y'all need to think more about what the city does, and have a more like. I don't have enough time to speak on stuff, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. In person, please step to the podium. Seeing no one, council discussion.
I'm grateful for this change, particularly stemming from that stretch of Clinton Street. It is just a mess, as Darian explained, with people having to swerve around, and certainly there's no bike lane when people are parked in it. And I recall the city of Cedar Rapids a few years ago now shifted a lot of its streets downtown, and one of the things that they did was move parking, and so that the bike lanes are actually inside the parking on some parts of the streets. That's not what we're doing here, but what I remember from that process was the educational campaign that they had, and walking down the street in Cedar Rapids and seeing all the flyers that were on the windshields of the cars that were in the zone. And certainly I think that's the key piece here, is that we're doing that educational campaign, providing warnings, and only at that point would be enforcing through the citation. And I'm also very glad to see that we're expanding it so that it doesn't require a law enforcement officer, doesn't require a police officer, but we have our parking enforcement folks will be able to do that.
Well, there's still, oh, go ahead.
It's probably, in fact, more appropriate that the parking enforcement people be able to do this, because they're the ones who actually know the parking downtown and the situation in detail. So they're probably the right addressee for this, as opposed to police.
I do have maybe another question, or a question for Julie. So downtown parking right now, if your meter has expired the first time, you'll get a ticket or a citation, but it's for $0. Is that the same situation for this?
That is not. So the citation, once the citations are issued for parking in the bike lane, those are $15, and they don't have a grace period like our parking meters do. So parking meters, if you have an expired meter and you're parked in a space, if you have one in 6 months, that would be a zero fee for that expired parking meter.
Thank you.
As long as you're here, Darian, I'm sorry, I have one more question. Is the department, are they apprised and aware of the possibility of that they would be taking on this additional responsibility, and they are okay with it?
Yes, the department is aware. They see the need, and they support. In fact, they would, because we are present downtown. We probably see our parking enforcement staff sees probably more than anyone else the need for it. So it's something that they are looking forward to taking on.
Excellent. Thank you.
So in relation to that question, these are folks that are already downtown, they're patrolling, watching the meters, monitoring the meters, so they would be aware of the situation and who's parking and how long they've been there, right? Yeah.
That's correct. So they are already monitoring the parking adjacent to the bike lane. So they will already be there along those very blocks where we have those kind of persistent, or we have had this increasing persistent bike lane blockages.
Yeah, I think this clearly makes a lot of sense in terms of who's doing the enforcement, and I really appreciate all the outreach that's coupled with this change to try to make it as smooth as possible. I am concerned that we seem to have this inherent conflict between the needs of those who wish to park their vehicles and in the downtown area, which can, in this instance, block the bike lanes. And what I've become over time on these traffic-related issues is trying to find the concept that self-regulates. So we try to reduce the need for enforcement wherever we can. So I think in that regard, it's really critical that there's alternatives to blocking the bike lane for those who are stopping in them. So hopefully that'll work. The situation will, to at least a certain extent, resolve itself. But it did cause me, and I haven't had a chance to reach out to anyone in the biking community, but are there alternatives, at least for that portion where we have the conflicts, to rework the network so that someone can ride through the downtown without, if there are issues with Clinton's, that there are other ways one could ride through the downtown. For example, Lynn Street, running north-south. I know when I bike through downtown, I often use Lynn Street, and there aren't the issues there that seem to be occurring on Clinton. So as far as I'm concerned, that's, if we can figure out a way to accommodate everybody without resorting to law enforcement as the, minimize the need for that, so much the better. But I do appreciate everything that you're trying to do to make where we have the lanes work effectively. So thanks.
I'm in favor of this ordinance, and I'm just hoping that it'll help to alleviate any of these unsafe conditions that we've had, that we're seeing.
It definitely seems like it's a step in the right direction for creating a better cycling community that we're really trying to step up, and I think this is another right move in that direction, and to put it into the hands of the people who know best what's going on downtown.
I agree with Councilor Thomas that I think, I hope this will work, but if it turns out that it is not particularly effective, I hope we'll take another look at it, how we can best protect the cyclists.
Great. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 15, amendment to the Housing Authority did I jump one?
Yes.
So.
Item
Yep.
14, yeah.
That's what I thought. Item number 14 is municipal infraction for violating council rules. This is the ordinance amending Title I entitled Administration, Chapter 5 entitled Mayor and City Council to provide that a violation of the council procedural rules is a municipal infraction. This is first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So move, Thomas.
Second, Alter.
All right. And maybe we'll ask our city attorney just to give us a brief overview of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you may recall that the council has been considering a new set of rules. We're planning on presenting that set of rules in its final form at your next meeting. The municipal infraction that is before you today is kind of getting near the end of the remedies of last resort that you had discussed as part of your rule-setting process. It's not currently a violation to violate your rules as kind of contrary as that sounds. And so we need to do this so that we can have a municipal infraction, which of course is a civil penalty. We had to consider whether we would go with kind of the lower set of fines or the higher set of fines. We are proposing the lower, which is 100 for a first offense, 250 for a second offense, and 500 for a third and subsequent offense. The higher set is 250, 500, and 750 respectively. And of course, there would have to be a lot of things that happened before, even a first offense municipal infraction would be issued. Those include being warned by the presiding officer, being asked to leave the meeting because of violations of the rules, and refusing to do so even at that point. It is then and only then that a municipal infraction could be issued. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council members have.
I do have a question, Eric. What would, if someone was fined or received a citation with the fine attached and then didn't pay it, what would be sort of remedies from that point?
So a municipal infraction is, again, a civil matter, and it's handled in small claims court, and so it'd be a judgment like any other. However, unlike some other judgments that are, let's say assessments that can be issued against a property owner, or property, I should say, that's not present here. So the remedy would be solely going out, collecting a judgment like any other. One of the other remedies that in theory could be issued by the court is directing the defendant not to violate the rules in the future and so forth. And in theory, violation of that could be met with contempt and so forth. But one would not be arrested for failing to pay the fine if that's what you're asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This will unfortunately show some of my ignorance, but no question's dumb, right? So if someone did not pay the fine, I know that in some situations that gets tacked on and inhibits an ability, say, to get a driver's license, things like that. Would that apply here?
Not to my knowledge, no. Those are for failure to pay fines on moving violations, speeding tickets, that kind of thing. I'm not aware of any provision like that for a municipal infraction.
Any other questions for Eric? All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please step to the podium. And I do see some people online. I'm going to ask that.
I have a question. What is can you define the municipal infraction? Can you define the one? Is it a misdemeanor or is it class 1 felony? What was the classification for what you just said?
And please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Rong.
And what city?
Iowa City, Iowa.
Thank you. Does someone want to direct the city council?
Could you answer that, please?
Sure. The municipal infraction is not a misdemeanor. It is not a criminal charge of any kind. It is purely a civil infraction. Much like if someone were to sue their neighbor for money in small claims court and a judgment would be entered, same thing here.
So is it would the city ticket, would the city letter, like with the city letter, because the maintenance, would that count as infraction?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow your question.
For example, somebody's plantation around their yard, somebody, and then it was deemed 1 inch taller than the current regulated length. Would that be caught as an infraction?
Well, we're going to address your municipal infraction assessment in item 19. Is that what you're asking about?
But ultimately in the future, so the things you were talked about me in general would become a part of the municipal infraction, then it is something I would like to know.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what's your question then?
My question is, if it's a civil matter, right? Would all the party should be allowed to mediate first? Should they be notified instead of like passing a general rule?
Well, in the case of these municipal infractions, they would be notified in several ways. First, they would be warned by the presiding officer, then they would be asked to leave by the presiding officer or others who are present. And then if they still fail to adhere to those warnings and continue to violate or fail to leave at that point, then, if being directed by the presiding officer, a municipal infraction could be issued to them. They would need to be served with it. It would be not at the meeting. It would be at a later point in time. And so they would certainly receive notice. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, no. I now understood. That is why I asked the definition for that. So we are talking about apples and oranges.
Okay.
Yes. So withdrew. Yes.
Thank you. All right, and we will start the clock at the next one, all right? Sorry about that, thank you. I'm gonna go online first. Welcome, Taylor, and then we'll come back here.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hello?
Welcome.
Sorry, can you pause my time? I cannot hear suddenly.
We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues. I wanted to tune in to let you know I think each of you has a responsibility to oppose this ordinance. To have any punitive measures at all in place around public comment will hurt the public and will hurt your relationship with the public. It's really common in community comment for residents to ask whether it's the appropriate time for them to speak. And the reason for that is that plenty of people who come to speak to you have to come here and figure out the rules as they go. And it doesn't matter if you wouldn't issue these infractions to them for breaking a rule, you could. Your rules are already a barrier for people because they're hard to understand. I've been paying attention to this council for 2 years and I haven't figured them all out. And in fact, you all can't keep track of them either. You have to ask for clarification sometimes, but the difference is that members of the public don't hold your position of power in this room, and so they aren't protected. And I want to repeat myself that it doesn't matter if you truly believe you would never abuse these infractions, because members of the public have no reason to trust that. And also because you won't always be the people in these seats, and you need to protect the public from counselors who come after you as well. And it doesn't matter what the public says to you in public comment. There's never a good reason to retaliate as a governing body to someone coming before you with their concern. And the answer to reducing tension with the public in public comment periods is simply for you all to engage more. You've done it tonight. That was great. People had a question and they actually came here and felt heard instead of just shouting into a void, which is frustrating and makes them, frustrated in this time. So the reason some people who speak are upset with you is because they're not heard. So more engagement with the public would help. More listening posts would help. I think I heard one is coming up. In my opinion, they should be more frequent. More response to correspondence would help. I want to thank Councilors Weiner, Alter, and Harmsen for responding to me about the winter shelter last month. I really appreciated that. I'm not used to hearing back from you. And so that meant a lot to me. Cracking down on punishing the public for taking part in council meetings is not the answer. Also, you should listen to Noah's point. Punishments will always hit people who belong to marginalized and poor populations the hardest. Your wealthier constituents will not have as much to fear from speaking here as others will. I know you've selected the lower range, but there have been times in my life recently, like in the last couple of years, when being charged $100 would have meant I would not have been able to pay my rent. And that's plenty of people's reality. And going so far as to make an ordinance is setting a dangerous precedent. And I think one that progressive Iowa City doesn't want to be the one to set. So please oppose this at every.
Thank you. We'll go inside here. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah. So Eric, thank you for admitting that this is still would result in a criminal charge for people who just come to speak at your meetings, even though you, he said it would result in contempt of court, correct? No. Yet, it's on record of you saying that. Earlier, hello, Eric?
This is not a criminal charge.
No, but it can result in that when I don't pay the fine that I'm going to get if you pass this ordinance, because I'm not paying your stupid fine. And also, how I would like to, in good faith, tell me how regulating germaneness is not a content restriction, like how you're not regulating the content of speech when you are determining germaneness. How is that not regulation of content? Hello?
A counselor would need to direct staff to respond.
You could respond though. So not going to get an answer on that. So I would like you to tell me how determining germaneness is not regulating the content of speech. Because someone else comes up here, does a non-germane comment for 3 minutes. So within that time, that is the exact same as someone who comes up here and does the germane comment in that time. So if they're doing the exact same time, place stuff as that person who's doing germane, and the only difference is the so-called germaneness, however you even determine a rule on that, which is obviously going to be arbitrary and up to the presiding officer. I assume the presiding officer is the one who makes the determination. So how is that not a regulation of the content? Again, answer me, or is the silence going to be the answer? Because we all know that is regulating content. Like, you can't, honestly say that's not regulating the content by determining the germaneness of stuff. Besides the fact that it's ridiculous that you're, trying to penalize people who come here to speak at meetings to begin with. But, and I hope you enjoy your lawsuit if you pass this ordinance, which you should not be passing this ordinance. That's like an awful precedent to set. Do you really want to be setting that precedent for the state, the only city to have initial infractions for people who come to speak at your meetings in progressive Iowa City? Is that really what you want? Like I said earlier.
Recording in progress.
As I said earlier about so a risk person comes in here, they can take up the meetings and you can fine them all you want, and that's not going to matter to them if you have means. So it's, again, only a law for the poor. Do you think it's okay to pass more laws that just only hurt the poor?
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion.
Mayor, I'll jump in. I was the person who asked if we could do this. And at that time, we were looking at a number of, remedies or actions that the council could take when our meetings were disrupted. And we had good conversations about making sure that we're only limiting those things that are prohibited, right? That are unconstitutional, and we're not framing up rules that would be moderating speech in illegal ways. I do think that we are allowed to govern the germaneness of comments at our meetings. I think that falls within the manner of how we conduct our business, and that we provide opportunities for comments on anything during our public comment period, and as we've talked about at great length, other opportunities for members of the public to engage with us outside of these business meetings. All that being said, I'm not going to be supporting this tonight because last meeting we talked about what that level of the criminal charge could be, and we all agreed, I believe, to remove that from the proposed rules. And the reason we agreed on that was that that kind of conduct would sort of take care of itself. It was not related to a meeting. It was someone is committing a crime that is already defined in our criminal code, and we have remedies for that. When I asked for this civil citation, it was because we were going down the path, I thought, of criminalizing participation in our meetings, and that was not something that I was in favor of, so I kind of offered it up as a less harsh alternative. But as I've just sat with this, I'm not comfortable having a punitive element to participating in our meetings, and I hope that those who have been listening, have been paying attention, will know that there is great value in how this city can operate and our meetings being conducted in a way that we can get our business done, that is respectful, that is civil, and that doesn't need to result in any kind of citation or fine or criminal charge.
I think the reality is we, at least from my perspective, we should never get to this point of a municipal infraction. I think whoever is presiding here can lead, lead the meeting, ask the individual to, redirect whatever germaneness to, reconsider what the comments are. The thought of the criminal charge, I think you are exactly correct. The reason we did that or left that alone is because the law already exists for that to take place, which, I totally believe that if someone, was to break the law, there are some things that are already in place, so we wouldn't have to do that as a council. Now, you do bring up, discussion points on on this part where it was an alternative to the criminal piece of it. As the current presiding officer over these meetings, I really do not see us get into this point with the public. Now, I am one that, my thought process here is, but it could happen, right? It could happen where we could not operate our meetings. And if someone kept coming back and causing a disturbance, what do we have in our toolbox to kind of detour them? So we do have some things in the toolbox that the rules cited, such as they'll have to miss a meeting or something like that, or something to that degree. So as far as me and the money part, I guess I don't think that it will ever get to this. So could there be an opportunity where we could and have to cite someone? I think there could be, but maybe there's other avenues for us to, have the discussion of, we've asked you to, change some of the, and it's not change your comments. We're not trying to regulate what people say, but we do want things to be on topic, and we've seen some of that hasn't occurred. So if the proposal from Councilor Burgess is that we not do a infraction, of this cost, I guess personally, I can go with that. I think our rules do cite that we have, some tools in the toolbox. How much that would accomplish, I'm not certain. I also think that if we're finding that that's not successful, we can always come back and do this part if we find that there is another need to have another additional toolbox, because everything we've done as a council still isn't working. So if the proposal is not, well, I guess it's not a proposal, it's either I support it or not. I can see not supporting this tonight and trying to go with the rules, making the edit where this isn't in the rule, and seeing how we go from there.
So I appreciate the work that city attorneys put into this. And so over the last few days, as I read this, I've come to a similar conclusion as Councilor Burgess. I don't want us to assume somehow that that people are going to, that people are in any way going to be bad actors. I really take some of the points that Taylor made online very seriously. And I just essentially don't think that we should think about being punitive. So you said it much more eloquently than I have, Councilor Burgess, but I'm not going to support this.
I think sorry.
I'm sorry. The only other thing that I wanted to add is that I would hope that that we can actually conduct our business, and that will be respected.
I was just going to say that actually this is probably one moment wherein actually, public comment and on a specific topic this is modeling it, right? I also will not support this because it feels punitive, even though it doesn't go to a criminal level. And I think that we've witnessed, certainly there have been very pointed and open comments towards us, certainly since I've gotten in, but they have not, been disruptive in that not following rules. And that we got elected to listen to public comment and to get input. But I will also say that comments such as Taylor's and others, we are listening, and that was helpful. And along with Councilor Burgess, and with your deliberations and your authenticity to come out and say, this does not feel right, and here's why. I think that also one of the things that was pointed out and that I've heard from multiple people in other contexts is the frustration level of not having us be accessible. And we've all been living through a pandemic, hopefully with the weather getting better and with us having a much more of a very loud call from the public to say, we would like to be able to talk to you. Just please understand from a place of authenticity that these meetings are for us to get through an agenda and to conduct business. It's not that we don't want to hear from you. As I just said, it is helping the conversation, it is helping policy decisions to hear from you. But then to have more of the back and forth and to have those conversations, there will be and there are more opportunities. COVID shut us down. And I do believe that we all have a sincere desire to be able to engage with the public more. So I just wanted to put that out there. At least I'm speaking for myself individually. But I just wanted to say that this was a good opportunity to see how public input leveled in a way that we can all sort of take it in and think on it and discuss it was very helpful.
Just want to agree with what's been said and thank the councilors and the mayor for their comments. And I think Councilmember Burgess also really articulated well kind of this, and I just wanted this idea of when you make the judgment call if something is germane, and that is something that is, I think we are empowered to do. The difference being not making a call based on whether or not you like or dislike the comment that's being made. That would be out of bounds. That would be a violation. Saying that it's on topic because this is a meeting, especially since we do give sort of like the chance for everybody to talk off topic for 3 minutes at the start of our meeting. I feel comfortable that we're doing that's a reasonable thing, but I also agree that with everything that's been said about not supporting this particular proposal, and as you said, Mr. Mayor, we can always, if the rules that we are looking at don't work, we can always come back to this, but there's no reason to push forward on it right now.
I'm appreciative of the comments by my fellow council members. I'm a little confused because I think that we had been feeling pressure and had been being felt like we were being disrespected and almost being put in sort of a villain sort of role. And so we had talked about what can we do about this, and seeing other councils across the state and the country who have actually brought in harsher methods for controlling. I thought that's what we wanted to go, kind of that route. And it wasn't that we were invoking any really harsh punishment, but just providing some written rules and guidelines, asking persons to be considerate and respectful to council members, city staff, and other people in attendance at the meetings is all we were really asking and wanting, you know, and appropriately participating. I appreciate Taylor's comments about punishing people who want to participate, but that's not really what we were doing. But there's a line there drawn for what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and in a public meeting. I have to think on this a little bit before I vote on this, but those are my comments and concerns.
Well, I'm hearing what council said and what some of the community members have said, and I think I'm leaning toward, you know, let's put this aside for the time being. You know, our meetings were not, you know, this term that I like using, self-regulating, and I hope, you know, we will rediscover what a self-regulating civil meeting can be. I mean, we certainly have had some difficult meetings, sort of falling under that question of whether comment we're hearing is germane or not. And so I think some attempt to mutually respect one another here is something that I hope we begin to see. And as we've also noted, we've been living this period where we've been seeing difficulties with our meetings coincides with Black Lives Matter and COVID converging, some very difficult times where some of our other options for having those conversations were shut down. We were living more in isolation. So, you know, I think as we begin to address some of those issues, perhaps through our strategic plan discussions of how we can identify other opportunities for, you know, truly having a conversation with the community would be helpful. But for now, I think I will not support the current proposal.
Any other comments from council?
I think I just want to echo whoever it was that thanked staff for the time and effort, acknowledge the time and effort that went into this at council direction. And so definitely want to acknowledge that and that work was done on our behalf as a body who was interested in what this might look like. And thank you for that. Whether or not we agree with it or not, when we finally get down to the decision, still acknowledge that the work was valuable.
Yeah.
And you did exactly what we asked. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yep. Hearing nothing else, roll call, please.
Taylor?
No.
Teague?
No.
Thomas?
No.
Weiner?
No.
Alter?
No.
Burgess?
No.
Harmson?
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Right. All right. Item number 15 is amendment to the Housing Authority Administrative Plan. This is a resolution amending Section 2.3, absence from the unit in the Iowa City Housing Authority Administrative Plan. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Alter.
Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Taylor, and welcome Steve Rackus.
Good evening. Let me get set up here and hopefully get these on and not fog up.
And give us your title, please.
Stephen Rackus, Housing Administrator for the Iowa City Housing Authority. And I'm here tonight to talk about an item that we have before you. And I would like to start with just a brief history. The Housing Choice Voucher Program was created in 1998 by the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act. So that is the act by the federal government that created the Housing Choice Voucher Program. I'm not sure when the first administrative plan was completed and what guidelines and deadlines HUD had given. My tenure with the Housing Authority started in 2003, so this administrative plan predated me. Having said that, right now, the Iowa City Housing Authority has 1,191 vouchers available for basically disabled families, elderly families, and working families. That number will be reduced to 1,155 when we convert those tenant-based vouchers to project-based vouchers for the 501 project next to Shelter House. So that brings us, well, and on top of that, in calendar year 21, the Housing Authority spent a little over $8.3 million in landlord payments on behalf of families, and that basically works out to be a per unit cost of $557 per household per assisted family. So that brings us to the absence from the unit policy, which, based on my research, has not been changed since the Quora created the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So that's been in effect for about 24 years. Now, HUD allows families to be absent from their unit up to 180 consecutive days. But HUD also allows the Housing Authority to define brief as, so a family could be out of the unit for any reason for a brief period of time. And what the Iowa City Housing Authority did was adopt a 30-day time as our definition of brief. And any request, and basically this was set up at being in a university town to address absences that might be beyond the control of the family or the household, where if somebody's in the hospital and then they're released to a rehabilitation facility, that we had a policy in place to protect that family, that household, and that they could keep the voucher. But under no circumstances can somebody be absent for over 180 days. So that brings us to this year, and I believe in mid-February, Mazahir contacted the Housing Authority, and we set up a meeting to discuss with staff their concerns, and the Center for Worker Justice had requested that we revise the policy, that the 30 days was not enough time for families to travel overseas, the long flights, the time to get there, travel within the country, and they felt that the 30 days was a barrier to those families going back to their countries to see their families and relatives. So we met with the Center for Worker Justice and had a conversation, and as a result of that conversation, Tracy Heitschuh, our department director, suggested that perhaps they could write a letter to council, which was done, and then council directed the Housing and Community Development Commission to take a look at this policy, and the Center for Worker Justice did offer two solutions. One solution being extend the definition of brief to 60 days, or to just put in the policy, allow a family, a household, to be, that every family could travel overseas once per year. So as we presented to the Housing Commission, we felt that, first off, that our original plan kind of balanced the needs of people on the program and people on the waiting list. We have currently about 27,000 families on the waiting list. About 1,300 of them are within our top preference category, which is elderly, disabled, and families with children under the age of 18. So when we did meet with the Housing Commission, Tracy Heitschuh, our department director, did suggest in her memo that if the Housing Commission was going to choose to modify this policy, that we would prefer changing the definition of brief to 60 versus the families could be gone once a year, because we didn't want to put staff in a position to be making value judgments that if brief is 60, now the families can travel without permission for up to the 60 days. So that is, in fact, what the Housing Commission did. They deliberated for quite some time, and it was an addition to their agenda item. And So what they did was basically approve that absences would be brief, defined as 60 days versus 30 days, and then the rest of the policy remains in place. And that is where we're at right now. So before you is changing the policy, the definition of brief from 30 to 60. And I would ask if there's any questions.
So, thank you very much. So when tenants are gone, whether it be for 30 days or longer, am I correct that they're still paying their portion of the rent, and then the voucher pays the remainder of it?
Yes, in most cases, the family members that are working, if they have a leave of absence from work, not where they've quit or they've been discharged from work, if there's a leave of absence from work that they're going to return to, they continue to pay their portion of the rent. We continue to pay our portion of the rent. And so that would be the first 30 days and the second 30 days that would occur. And then the family returns, they let us know that they're back, and we just move forward. So yes, they pay their portion, we pay our portion.
And the second part of my question is that this only applies if the entire family is gone, is that correct?
Correct. That absence is the entire family, or in the case of a single disabled person, obviously HUD defines a single person as a family as well.
Okay. Thank you.
With the current 30 days, is there a request that's made? Do you have knowledge of the rationale of why someone is leaving for 30 days?
Yeah, typically we do. The policy has stated that the family must promptly notify the housing authority of any absence that is going to be. I mean, obviously they don't have to tell us they're going to go to Des Moines for the weekend, but we would like to be notified by the family that they are planning an absence. In this case, would be more. Anything more than 60 days would require our approval. The notification process would just simply be, we're going to do this. We're going to go, visit family in the Sudan or visit family in Egypt or wherever, and they would notify us. And if their travel is less than 60 days, then they're good. They're good to go. There's nothing left but to report. The regs do suggest that the family needs to report to us when they do return to the unit.
Okay. Do you have any way of tracking the current 30 days, or would there be a way of tracking the 60 days, just to give maybe a follow-up report should this pass, on tonight, just to give us a global picture of the stats of how many people are requesting this? And of course, this is beyond any letter that has been submitted tonight, but for us to have a clear picture of what do those requests look like, and what time frame people are out of the unit?
Yeah, we can do that. We did pull those statistics together as we were looking at the issue. We don't know if past practice will carry forward in terms of the number of families that have made such requests, but you will just have to see. The past doesn't always predict the future.
Thank you.
There was some information included. I think it may have been a question or concern that came out of the HCDC meeting.
Oh,
as far as insurance on these properties. You and the housing authority are considered the owner, so would you have like owner's insurance as well as then the renter has their own insurance? And is that affected by if they're not present there?
These would be families that are living in private sector, private market units. The housing authority is not the landlord.
Okay.
So this would be anybody living in a private sector rental unit. They engage in a lease with the landlord. We have a contract with the landlord to pay on behalf of the family, and the family's tied to us with the voucher. Okay. And landlords do, in leases, the ones that we've looked at, landlords require typically 7 days' notice if somebody's going to be gone from the unit. So that's another reason for reporting. We would like, definitely have the landlords aware, because we've had, some stories where people have left for an extended period of time and turned off all the power, and the unit got flooded because the pipes burst. So landlords would like the notification to make sure that, that the property is secure. And yes, the Housing Commission, like the existing policy, concerns about fairness to those on the waiting list for a voucher, and concerns about property owner insurance coverage. We don't know what that time frame is for a private landlord, but apparently the rates skyrocket if the entire unit is empty. So that was a concern of theirs. And let's see. Yes, so the final vote was 3-2 in favor of defining brief as 60 days.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Steve? Thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, in-house, please sign your name and come up to the podium. And then if you're online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. And we have our past Mayor Pro Tem, Salih. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council, City staff. My name is Mazahar Saleh. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Worker Justice. I'm just going to give you a quick recap. I guess Steve explained it very well. I don't have to go through everything. But last time we came here and I brought a lot of residents to tell you why was the reason that they need this to be extended. So we thought we don't have to repeat ourselves. We already told you that. We have some people on the audience if you have any question, and we have some people online too. So if you need them to speak more or convince you more, they can come and speak. Otherwise, we don't have to. But the thing that first, thank you very much for, the Steve, Director of the Housing Authority, and also Tracy Hyatt-Shoes for the recommendation to the HCDC for extended to 60 days. That was good. I think that's what we really want. And some question being raised, always we educate the family to tell the landlord and the housing authority for any option, because you never know what's going to happen. So that's why, and also we always educate our low-wage workers and family, immigrants about turning on, leave your heat on if you travel during the winter, because they don't know that. So we had this accident from when somebody left the heat off and, the pipe freezed and it was flooded. So, this is all this kind of need education. We continue, the Center for Worker Justice continue to do those kind of education. Another thing that I really would like to see being changed in this policy, as the director of the Housing Authority said, yes, change it to 60 days. But when I look at the HUD policy, and I think I give copy to 2 council members here from HUD policy, that, the word household and the word family, the HUD used family, but the Housing Authority used household. For example, they said when you travel abroad to visit your family, or and if a family member is being sick, those kind of things. But here says household being sick. If the household one of the household being sick, we're not gonna travel. You stay, here in the country, because unless you go there already and somebody gets sick there, so you contact the housing authority, say, I was coming less than 60 days, but somebody got sick, for example. That's I understand. But really, we would like to see, same wording that used by HUD to be used by the city. Even we always think HUD is strong rules, and cities should be a little flexible, reflecting the community. Thank you so much, and I hope you vote this yes. And thank you for voting down the first item for this.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic?
No
one, so welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah, and yes, I support this. Well, I mean, say go like just why not just go with the 180 days that HUD allows you to do it for? Honestly, like I mean, anyone else who isn't receiving the housing assistance, they don't have to have permission or have like how absent they can be from their own home. Like it's honestly really freaking absurd to me that it's like that people who receive assistance have their rights just limited like that. And so, like the 60 days is better than 30 days, but just go all the way to the like legally allowed that HUD allows you to do. The defined brief is the 180 period. Like it doesn't like because that's like what you can do that legally. Like that's what defines it as. To just let them do that, I guess. Like instead of like give them more freedom instead of having to, just do the max amount of days instead of just the 60. But do the 60 too. I mean, but go for 180 next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the HCDC members that, at our request, did take time to take a look at this in special consideration so that it could be expedited. And I am in favor of this, and I'm sure that over the years, this kind of travel has probably become very expensive for these folks, and people want to make the most of whatever time they have to visit with their family. So would like to have a longer extended visit. And I'm thankful to have my family as close as just across town, and can hardly even imagine having family thousands of miles away and rarely getting to see them, let alone to spend much time with them. So I'm hoping that increasing this to 60 days will help these persons to be able to enjoy their visits and still be able to return to their homes here in Iowa City.
Yeah, I appreciate the process on this and everyone's involvement. You know, what we're talking about here is the definition of brief, which is kind of interesting, and how that has changed over time. Now, you know, when you're talking about long distance travel and what the circumstances that might have associated with it, the notion of brief is, as it had been defined, needed to be revised. And I think the 60-day period makes sense. As it is noted in our brief summary, it's still possible for people to have longer absences for prolonged hospitalization, things of that sort. So this is really, again, just focusing on this notion of brief and acknowledging that the meaning of that word has changed over time for Iowa City.
I will say that one of the things that has always been a helpful driver for me in this consideration is that the federal regulations allow for 180 days. And while I think 6 months would be too much, honestly, because it creates a lot of uncertainty for the very people who are traveling. But ultimately, that's not my judgment call. You know, so I've just used as a beacon the fact that that HUD allows for 180 days, and so I do think that given that it has been actually so long since there's been any kind of revisiting of this particular definition, and that indeed, as John has just pointed out, that our community has shifted and morphed and evolved, and the definition of brief is not the same for all, and we shouldn't make those assumptions. I really like the elegant way and the simple way that staff ended up taking a very complex issue and making it a simple solution.
I'm really mindful of how long the wait list is and how many people are waiting for their own homes. And that made this a difficult decision for me. That said, I think that we can't pit our decisions on either or, but it really has to be yes and. And so I just want to put this forward to say I am supporting 60 days as the new definition of brief, but I want to encourage us to keep thinking boldly about additional ways that we can get more affordable housing in to the community. So thank you.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 16 is assessment. Assessment appeal 314 Church Street. Resolution adopting an assessment schedule for snow and weed removal at 314 Church Street and directing the clerk to certify the same to Johnson County Treasurer for collection in the same manner as property taxes. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Burgess.
And welcome, Stan.
Hey, good evening. Stan Loverman, Senior Housing Inspector for the City of Iowa City. We'll start briefly. That's going to be hard to read. Sorry about that. What you see up there is the operating policy for sidewalk snow removal. This was last before council in November of 2008. This basically walks staff through on how to respond to complaints that we receive in our office. The first part of it, we'll see if we can get to it a little bit. The first part of it deals with community engagement and notification to our community members about what the responsibilities for removing snow and ice from the public sidewalks adjoining their property is. We do this through multiple ways. We rely on press releases. Our communications department does a great job with social media. We're prevalent on our city website. City Channel 4 has done several little vignettes about shoveling your sidewalk and the need for clearing that sidewalk full width and down to concrete. We make ourselves available to print journalists to make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the newspapers. And we participate in interviews with local television reporters any chance we can get just to get the message out. A good thing to remember is all of our snow complaints originate from community members. This is not a proactive response to this issue. City staff is not going out and seeking out violations. People deliver these complaints to us in a multitude of ways. We do still have a snow complaint line where you can call directly and leave your information. We still have people that call city staff. There is a report a concern function on the city website, and we also have the mobile app, ICGov Express, where you can use your cellular phone to snap a picture of the violation and send it to us directly. There's certain notification requirements, as we discussed. We talked about this. This comes from City Council action back in 2008. We do plan on bringing this before you again, probably later this spring. There's been quite a bit of change in technology as far as notification. Our mail service has not been as reliable as it has been in the past. Currently, our policy requires us to mail out notices. Unfortunately, a lot of times those notices are getting to the public later than we would like. If people have, one of the good things is that we've had an upgrade in software technology in the last few years, and this has allowed us to provide greater electronic notification to people. And while the policy states that we have to notify the property owner, because of this enhanced capability, we've been able to notify the property owner, the property manager, any tenant associated with it as well. We continue to use U.S. mail, but we find that it becomes cumbersome over time. And our electronic courtesy notices, we've been using those for second offenses and abatements where the policy doesn't speak to that. Additionally, on the first notice for single family and duplex properties, an orange courtesy notice is left at the property. We leave these once per snow season, and it spells out the expectations of what we're looking for, a full width down to concrete 24 hours after a snowfall. It's after a measurable snowfall. We use the National Weather Service. They have a station at the airport. It's in the middle of the airport, and it reports automatically. It doesn't report until 10 o'clock in the day a lot of times, but that's the one that we use to signify if we've had a measurable snowfall. So that's kind of the background information. We also have documentation requirements. We take photos, or staff takes photos of the violation prior to sending the abatement order to the third-party contractor. The third-party contractor is required to document condition of sidewalk prior to beginning the work in case it's completed in the time that we've notified them, and the third-party contractor shows up, and then they provide us with a documentation photo when the work is done. That's kind of the basic background information as we move forward. For 314 Church, I believe, Mayor, would you like me to continue, or are you looking
Yes.
for public? Okay.
Yep. Please.
For 314 Church, the property owner is appealing the snow abatement and also the appeal for tall grass and weed abatement. Here's kind of the particulars of the case. I think these were in your packet as well. For this case, it was dealing with a snow event that ended Sunday, February 21st at 5 p.m., which means that we don't begin enforcement until Tuesday at 8 in the morning. We received a complaint from a community member on February 23rd at 2:41. On the right is an example of the notice that was sent to the property owner for their first snow violation. So this was the first one, and they also would have had their orange tag on their door at that time. On Wednesday, February 24th, staff observed snow and ice on the sidewalk. On the right, that is the example, or that is actually the second offense notice that is used to generate the abatements notice to send to the third-party contractor. Photo on the left shows the after photo that the contractor supplied us to show us the work was done. That shows their invoice that they supplied to us. This is the invoice that we provided to the property owner for the snow and ice abatement. This includes the fee that the third-party snow removal contractor charges us, along with an administrative fee of $100 to cover the expenses associated with the extra inspections and the time and documentation that staff puts into it. This cannot exceed our cost. This is governed by the state code as well. Are there questions about the snow removal portion of that?
I do have a question. The orange notice that gets provided to the property, in this particular case, is that what happened in January of
That's
2021?
correct. Yep.
Okay.
So at the first notice or at their first offense, it's only provided once a year under the current policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Additionally, there was a tall grass and weed complaint at this property that they're appealing, the abatement of it. The complaint came in Thursday, August 5th, 2021. It wasn't inspected until the following week of Wednesday, August 12th, and the property was given until Friday the 20th to bring the property into compliance. In your packet, there would have been the same photos showing the documentation of the violation. The property was re-inspected on Friday, August 21st 20th, 2021, and the tenant indicated property would be in compliance by 4 p.m. Here's a situation where we will grant, in these situations, a little bit more time. We figured it would be easier to have them complete the activity as opposed to ordering the abatement. The contractor probably wasn't going to get there until later the next week anyway, so that extra time was given. During the second inspection on Monday of the following week, staff observed the property was not in compliance. Nothing had been done. So the order to abate was emailed to our third-party contractor that same day, and a courtesy email would have went to the property owner at that same time, which is a copy of the abatement order that goes to the third-party contractor. This is the documentation provided by the third-party contractor showing abatement work had been completed on Tuesday, August 24th. We have billing from the third-party contractor and the invoice that we sent to the property owner. That concludes that one. Are there any questions?
Okay. Any questions for Steve? And we're going to do these one by one. No questions? All right. We're going to invite the property owner to come forth if they're present. And this is for 314 Church Street. We don't see the property owner here. We're going to move to council discussion. There is not. No. Any discussion by council? So I guess a part of this is we allow the property owner to come and kind of speak to us and give us their thoughts and their on this. But they're not here. I guess for me personally, when I, think about the snow, I do know removal of snow is hard, especially if it's icy. But I also know that accessibility is super important to ensure that people have the ability to get around. And I think if some of the comments that we've heard from those that have, complained or something like that, and I won't name any names, but there have been some of our disability champions that have, talked till they were blue in the face about how hard it is, to get around when they rely on a wheelchair or electric chair, and they have to be in the street. And even then, it's a challenge. And so, in the absence of this person, without them coming to, give us their side, I will be upholding the city's position.
Are these to be considered as a package, since one was...
We're going to do one by one.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. One was for winter and then
As a
one was
package.
also weed. Okay, so together?
I mean, we can certainly
No.
split
it's
it
fine.
up
No, it's fine.
if that's what, the
No,
desire.
I think in terms of accessibility and safety for people who are traversing through sidewalks and whatnot during the winter, snow is, as you say, both incredibly difficult to get rid of at times, but also that much more important, I feel, than weeds, which in this case, at least, it did not look like it was posing any kind of violations or difficulty for people who are sort of walking near or on the sidewalks. So that was just a comment I wanted to make.
Roll call, please.
Thomas?
So what is the vote is yes in support of staff's recommendation?
Yes, to assess the fees
Yes.
and so forth. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry, did you vote? I missed it.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Weiner?
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. We're at item number 17, which is Assessment Appeal 1851 Muscatine Avenue. This is a resolution adopting an assessment schedule for snow removal at 1851 Muscatine Avenue, directing the clerk to certify the same to the Johnson County Treasurer for collection in the same manner as property tax. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Alter.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Alter, and welcome again, Steve.
Mayor, it's Stan.
Stan.
My
Did I
brother
say-
is Steve, which
did I
you would
say
not
Steve
know.
twice now?
You have, and that's fine.
Oh,
My
you
brother.
know I know you, Stan Laberman.
I know, and Steve Rackus is the housing authority. But my brother, who's a farmer in Northwest Iowa, loves to see my name or see his name in print. So don't worry about it.
Sorry about that. Welcome again.
Okay, 1851 Muscatine Avenue. This is the appeal of a snow abatement notice or a bill. Specifically, this is for a snow event that ended Tuesday, January 26th at noon. Enforcement began on Wednesday, 27th at noon. For this property, they had a previous violation for the 2021 season on Wednesday, December 16th. That's the notice that is appearing there in the middle. So they would have had the orange notice, and they would have had this written notice sent to them as well. This is on Thursday, January 20th. Staff observed snow not fully cleared, or the sidewalk not fully cleared from the sidewalk and down to concrete. Again, that first offense was December 16th, 2020. The policy allows us to have this abated immediately. The order of abate was emailed to the third-party snow removal contractor at 2 p.m., and the courtesy notice was included to the property owner because we had his email. The picture on the left is the before of it not fully cleared and down to concrete. The middle picture is the picture of the contractor supplied where it's completely cleared. Invoice was provided. And I apologize, I don't have the invoice that was given to, the city invoice that was given to the owner. It was sent, I believe that's in your packet though, I apologize, I didn't make the slideshow. That was relatively quick. Do you have any questions on that one? So the policy states that it has to be full width and down to concrete. So when it's less than that, people with assisted devices and mobility issues have a harder time getting through those areas. So our standard is full width down to concrete.
And so hearing no questions for you, we're going to invite the property owner up.
Thank you. My name is Mircea Thomas, and I live here. And it is absolutely true. I got the first notification, the orange one. I was out of town. I called personally back to apologize, and that snow was cleared when it came to the first event. Now, with the second event, the problem is, as the inspector himself had acknowledged, I had cleared the pathway, but not to the right width. Now, it was not really clear to me what the correct width would be, and when I asked him directly, he said, until the grass shows. Now, to me, it seems some sort of a relative type of standard, until the grass shows. If you have a layer of 3 inches of ice on the right and on the left. I was continuing to, I've done it for years, and it's not like I refuse to clean the snow. The explanation that other people could not have passed along the sidewalk struck me as incomplete, since the property next to me, which was unlived, had a sidewalk which had been covered in snow for an entire week. So I can't really imagine how people would have come with wheelchairs or not passed through my property once they had passed through huge drifts of snow, which had been there for 10 days, and I do have pictures to show that. So in other words, what the inspector is saying, that if somebody complains, then they will go there, but if nobody complains, then there is no problem whatsoever. And in my case, I would argue that people complained for the property next door, and then people who came to clean the snow, they simply widened my portion of the sidewalk, and they charged me $210 for that. It's not that I was in bad faith. It's only that they enlarged a portion which was already done there. So I think that we should offer a little bit of flexibility here, because I'm 67 years old and I'm doing my duty, and I don't have problem with that. But under such standards that, you know, the sidewalk has to be clean until the grass shows, it seems that a little bit of neighborly flexibility here would help. We live in the same community. If I have the opportunity to help a neighbor to widen the sidewalk because I have a snowing machine, I will do it without asking for fines or prices. This is the spirit of the community. And I think, I honestly think that this kind of approach, we give you a yellow tag or a purple, an orange tag and a warning, and then after that immediately you're going to have to pay, is a little bit extreme. I could have cleaned the sidewalk myself had I been told that it has to be until the grass shows. I would have put sand or salt. I know that this is not an excuse, but I'm just showing this kind of lack of flexibility, of which the mayor was also mentioning. Sometimes it's really hard to keep up with standards. So, again, you know, in the spirit of community, I think it would be advisable and commendable to show a little bit more flexibility. And just a matter of principle, when I went to complain about this, I was being told that actually you can complain about it because your complaint is going to come on my desk as well. So, to the desk of the person who fined me. So if you want to complain, go and complain towards the city people. I don't think that's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council discussion?
I have a question for Stan, or is it Steve?
I do answer to both.
In that first notice, is there language regarding the removal policy in terms of the full width, typically is 4 feet wide, is required in removing the snow?
It says if snow and ice have not been cleared to concrete across the entire width of the sidewalk, the city will contract for removal and bill the property owner for the cost of the removal plus a $100 administrative fee.
And that's in the first notice?
That's in the first, yes, and it's also in the written notices of violation that are sent as well. The corrective action is the entire width of the abutting sidewalks must be cleared down to concrete.
Thank you.
All right. Council discussion.
Well, I'll chime in here. I think, I do have, first of all, I do think there's, with Stan's clarification there, that the fact that in the first notice, which is kind of a grace period in Iowa City. I mean, there are cities with regard to snow removal that do not have that first goes without any kind of citation. So there's kind of a grace with the first warning, which is, from what Stan just said, explicit in terms of what the expectation is. So in that regard, I think it's fair to, I would be in support of staff's recommendation. There are issues, as was stated, that with it being complaint driven, there can be some, that can result in kind of a problem with achieving what is our goal, which is an accessible path of travel along the sidewalks. And if we're only citing those property owners who are, what the city receives a complaint over, those who do not receive a complaint, aren't required to clear their sidewalks. So you can end up with sections of our pedestrian infrastructure which are not accessible. That's sort of a separate issue, but I appreciate the frustration I'm sure many people feel that, as we just heard, that they're being cited when simply because the fact that their neighbor wasn't, they're being held to the standard while the neighbor is not. And I appreciate that concern and frustration. But in terms of the way this process was played out, I will be supporting staff's recommendation.
Actually, as one who gets out and shovels often when this happens, I know firsthand it's very hard to know the width when you're going along in the middle of winter. Just case in point, and I'm looking at the pictures here, and for what it's worth, the snowpack on either side looks to be at least 6 inches high. Maybe it's 4, whatever. But even so, there's no snow, there's no marker unless you're constantly digging one way or the other. And I know this from my own experience as well. I now know I will go to grass for a width. I realize that there can be, mistakes and a need for accessibility, as I just said with the other property. However, in this instance, because I don't think that it was spelled out in the orange notification about the width, I'm inclined to say this was a good faith effort, not to mention the fact that the gentleman mentioned that he was out of town when he first got the ordinance. It wasn't like he ignored it. So I'm in support of the plaintiff.
So for me, this is one of those where we've allowed, the property owner to come forth. The city staff, in my opinion, did exactly what the council has directed. So there's no, I think, no inappropriate actions there. I think, the width is something that a lot of people don't know about. There was, as Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, this, act of faith. Snow happens. Lawn is more. You have a little more freedom with lawn when you can mow your lawn, but snow happens, and that response has to take place. So for me, with this one, we still don't see pavement, that type of stuff at this one little hump. I do know that you can have the perfect snow removal, and then, the wind blows and all that other stuff. I do think the ordinance does stay, and Stan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And this isn't what the gentleman just said, but if it's natural snowfall, so if the wind blows the snow into a sidewalk, is it correct to say that that is not a natural snowfall and you're not responsible?
It refers to natural accumulation, so that would still be a natural event. Where you're not responsible for it is after you spent all the time clearing your sidewalk full width, that our snowplows come through and fill that up with chunks of rubble and ice. You're not responsible for that.
Thank you. So at least for this one here, this is more providing grace than whether it's just providing grace. And so I think because there was some attempt, I would ask you the question, but I'm just going to state it. This won't be before us again, I would assume. All right, thank you. So I'm going to acknowledge that staff did exactly what they were supposed to do. But in this one, I will not vote in favor of it.
I agree with you, Mayor, for the reasons that you stated.
I also agree with you, Mayor.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Weiner,
No.
Alter,
No.
Burgess,
No.
Harmson,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Teague,
No.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion fails 1-6. We're at item number 18, which is assessment appeal on 1050 Woodland Drive. Resolution adopting an assessment schedule for snow removal at 1050 Woodland Avenue and directing the clerk to certify the same to the Johnson County Treasurer for collection in the same manner as property taxes. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second.
All right,
All
and
right.
welcome, Stan.
1050 Woodline deals with 2 snow abatements. The first one took place, or dealt with a snow event, the first snow event from the year, from Saturday, December 12th, ended at 6 a.m. We had 2.8 inches of snow. Enforcement began at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, the December 12th. On Thursday, the 16th, in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we received a complaint about the Jefferson Street sidewalks, which are adjacent to the Woodlawn Avenue property. Friday, we observed that there was snow on that sidewalk. That snow notice was sent on that Friday, December 17th, and notice was mailed to the property owner, and a courtesy notice was posted to the property on Woodland Avenue as well. Reinspection took place Monday, December 21st, and the sidewalk was still out of compliance. The abatement order was sent. No email was available for the property owner, so no courtesy notice could be given. The property was abated on that Monday, the 21st. That's a copy of the notice of violation. This is along Jefferson Street. That is the condition of the sidewalk prior to the third-party contractor removing the snow. And the second photo is the post abatement. This shows the invoice from the contractor. This shows the invoice that we sent to the property owner, including the administrative fee. Additionally, there was a second abatement at this property. This was what we affectionately called Snow Event 9, which took place Sunday, February 21st. Again, 2.7 inches of snow. Ended on Tuesday. A period of time later, March 1st, we received a complaint again about the snow on that sidewalk along Jefferson Street. We went out the same day, observed that it was mainly mainly ice. This first notice had been sent back in December on the 17th. We emailed the order of abatement to the contractor. Again, we didn't have any email available for the property owner. It was cleared on March 2nd of 2021. We still mailed a copy of the notice and abatement to the owner. This shows the before picture from the third-party contractor, and the second photo shows the after. This is the invoice that the contractor sent for the second abatement. That's the invoice that we provided to the homeowner. Any questions? I've had a lot of conversations with this owner. This is a case where a neighbor had graciously cleared that sidewalk for him for years, and something changed and it wasn't cleared. Made contact. He had some assistance there through the middle parts of the year where he had somebody doing it, and then it just got out of control, and we received complaints and had to take action. So,
Any questions for Stan?
Stan, I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but in my mind, Woodlawn, do they have sidewalks even on the front side? This would be on the back side of the property.
this would be on the back side of the property, adjacent to their property. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So you're still responsible for the adjacent sidewalk to your property,
Right.
if it's front or back. We run into that on Sycamore Street as well, but I mean On those cul-de-sacs, you do have sidewalks in the front, but sometimes the sidewalks along Sycamore there are a surprise to those new homeowners.
Thank you.
Scott Boulevard, another situation where sidewalks are in the rear.
All right, and we're gonna invite up the property owner. I don't see the property owner. And the property owner isn't online to raise the hand. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 19 is Assessment Appeal 1940 Plainview Drive. This is a resolution adopting an assessment schedule for weed removal at 1940 Plainview Drive and directing the city clerk to certify the same to the Johnson County Treasurer for collection in the same manner as property taxes. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Alter. And then welcome, Stan.
All right, 1940 Plainview had a situation where we had tall grass and weeds in the yard, and then we had the sidewalk, or the right-of-way was obstructed by plantings as well. Again, complaint came from community members, and we received that on Sunday, August 15th of 2021. Following week, the property was inspected by city staff on Monday, August 23rd, and it was found to be out of compliance. Courtesy tag was placed on the door. Notice of violation was sent by mail, and we did have emails, and the property manager, or excuse me, the property owner was emailed. The property owner was given until Monday, August 30th to bring the property into compliance. Property was re-inspected Wednesday, September 1st, and it was observed to be still out of compliance. Our staff felt that there was a need for additional education and an opportunity to gain voluntary compliance. Through additional conversation, an additional notice was sent by mail and email with a compliance date of Monday, September 6th. That reinspection took place Tuesday, September 7th, and the property was out of compliance. The abatement order was emailed to the contractor on Tuesday, September 7th, and a courtesy notice was included to the property owner. The third-party contractor arrived September 12th, photographed property, pulled equipment off the trailer, and the property owner prevented third-party contractor from completing work. We have been billed by the third-party contractor for the time associated with the attempt to abate. These are examples of the notices that came in through ICGov Express. This is some of the documentation of the tall grass and weeds at the property. It's the notice and the email. This is the right-of-way obstruction. So we have a situation where we have plantings and plants that are obstructing people from passing clear through on the public right-of-way. That's the notice for obstructing the public right-of-way. Again, as I stated, a second notice was given. There was additional conversation associated with this complaint with the property owner, but an additional time was given for compliance on both issues. Again, on the 7th of September, at the subsequent inspection, it was noted that nothing had been done. There was an attempt, again, to, let's back that up. There was an attempt after the third-party contractor attempted the abatement to arrange for a suitable time for the clearing. That did not take place. The third-party contractor did invoice us for his time, and that was provided to us and then additionally on to the property owner. Any questions on that one?
So I just want to be, I guess, just your last comments. So the contractor never did the removal?
No, and in these situations, especially where we have abatement of, or we have issues with obstruction of the right-of-way, our next step would be to issue a civil citation for the violation. That's within our purview. We didn't feel that in the circumstances with dealing with the pandemic and the court systems that what they were, bringing someone into the court system over this at this time was warranted, and pursued other means and looked to gain compliance this year.
I had a question about the total amount, Stan. It's on, I don't know that was in your slides, but in our packet we have kind of just it's on page 263 of our packet, but it shows two different $150
Yep. So there's
amounts.
two different charges here. There's
Okay.
one for the tall grass and weeds, which is a separate code section. And then there's a separate violation for obstructing the right-of-way.
Okay, so it's
So he split his fee between the two charges.
So it's an assessment without, there's one invoice for $50 from the,
He split there's two invoices.
okay. I was just looking
There
at
was
the
a
date.
$100 fee. We split those between the
I
two.
see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Stan? And we're going to invite the property only the property owner.
I have a question.
We are inviting only the property owner.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and patience. I have sent the first thing first. The picture when you take a different point of angle, it actually shows very different. Number one. Number two, just as formal, we have discussed that if it's solely complaint based, it can be different. In our case, there's a backside of the story, and I will read given the time. Is that last but not least, it's third paragraph of my appeal letter I have sent to you. Last but not least, we rented one of our bedrooms to a lady to keep our ends meet during pandemic, but we never received any payment during the time. Instead, some of her retaliation, including calling cities and DHSs to file unfounded complaints after complaints. She was even, after she was officially evicted by the cities. The time of this also coincide. There are court records that she was evicted. I don't, because I have English is my third language. Emotionally, this was received very late when I see the bill. So I emotionally was very, but I want to see that she was, during the period of time, her monthly water bill was, she got a water bill of $300 per month. We lived there for years. Our monthly bill was $23. She never paid any of this, not the air condition fee either. Eventually, she left the property, but she then had never stopped call and complain. For years, we lived there. I lived there. I maintained an eco-friendly environment, and all my neighbors, most of them are retired, passing, and they enjoyed my berry. I had given them, and it's purely organic, and it's very good. And they also had always enjoyed the flower. They're welcome to cut any, and they walked by. Nobody had anything for years. You can check the records. I've been living in that property for a long, long time. So just now, Thomas, the gentleman was being, people had complained. Again, the other sidewalk was never been touched. You guys had approved the appeal. In our case, it's our yard from no matter whatever direction, it is fine for years. Also, upon receiving it, I had my back problem. I had to ask neighborhood to help me. They helped me as much as possible. They're not the professional removal, but I am a fully, a believe, a self responsibility, admin. The best governance should be governing. I had done this. You have you know, with the snow and everything, I never have a problem with snow or everything. I do my best. In this particular case, the picture of it, again, I have also support the city with my current picture. Those are currently, they are all being depleted. Because the philosophy difference, because most part of the world have noticed ecologically sustainable environment is better than a 3-inch tall grass. For mark my words, the healthy society shouldn't be just sustained by one voice. It's destroying everybody if we have a totalitarian governing. I know city need the revenue. We have the way form, but we can use other ways. If we are a good tourist spot, if there are more people stop at the place because, you know, other services, that would be even better as a tourist spot. Iowa City shouldn't be just a regular things with grass. That's stupid. That's not sustainable. That's ecological disaster. It had to be. It's all over the world. People don't keep that kind of maintenance anymore. It's itself. It's not sustainable. It's wrong practice. Again, the gentleman was doing his job and took a lot of pictures, but we had never take that as a liberty. Our neighbor, we help them. We don't just maintain that for our sake. For people, they enjoy the difference. They can stop, smell my roses. No, nothing. No berries, no roses, nothing. Everything is removed. I had to send a picture because last week I thought it was my turn to appeal. I sent it. Today I sent the entire letter. The first part of the letter I didn't read is that it is undue burden for us receiving SNAP heating, what is that called? Light heat. SNAP heating, there is another thing. So it is essentially, it's not sustainable. It's the gentleman Neuer said, it's become, you stop the voice of different, you stop the progress. You stop American being America. People come all over the world, Sudan, Mongolia, Vietnam, come to here because they're being allowed to be different. They will never not want to be unfriendly or to hurt people. That was never the purpose. And now I see that is the style, and it was entirely gone. Everything is gone. You can see last week the picture. It was the church people came they unrooted everything. Nobody can have roses, no berries, nothing anymore. I don't know what I am just sorry. 3 minutes might be, and also the other gentleman want to speak. He should give even just 1 minute, allow him to speak. Because he's 67. In where I came from, people are older than a certain age. They earn their rights. That's why we say elders. People should, these days, probably people live hundreds, but still. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, may she speak?
Is she a part of your household?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have this roommate, and she called the city, and they inspected our yard, and I was there at the time. My mom was out of town, at errands, and she said it was high. It was not. We plant flowers on the garden, and it's not weeds. We plant herbs in our garden, and it's not weeds. And she keeps reporting us after she's evicted, which I don't think it's fair that she's reportedly reporting us when she's evicted and not in our household. So then she called the police because I told them to leave and that she's not part of our household, which she wasn't at the time. So then my mom came back and she tried to contact DHS to not make my mom off custody off of me. So she almost lost custody of me, which is not fair because she didn't do anything. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you both. Council discussion?
I did have another question for Stan. Could you explain how we differentiate between like ornamental plantings like flowers and berry
Yep.
bushes and that kind of thing?
So we do make provisions for native plantings. Keyword is being native. And there are still certain requirements. It has to be intentional. You can't just allow your yard to overgrow and say that's what I was planning. There has to be some thought put into it. There's also buffers that you have to have around the sidewalks. And then especially in the right-of-way, you have to have lower plantings, nothing over 4 feet. In essence, you need a foot on the curb, foot on the sidewalk side. Anything in the middle will allow up to 4 feet. Concerns that people have is walking by that taller things lean into the sidewalk and scratch people, and if you're walking with kids and all that, it becomes cumbersome. On the street side, there's worries that of safety, of people being in taller plantings and jumping out into the sidewalk. These are issues that we've heard. And then in the yard, we have provisions for natural plantings. We work with people. It does require a little bit of conversation with us about what you're planting, a maintenance plan to maintain it. We have several areas in town where berries and edible gardens have been planted and allowed by us and maintained very well.
When we were talking about the snow removal, it was very clear that the to the edges of the sidewalk was required. Is the buffer and that kind of thing that you mentioned indicated in the notice as well?
It was not indicated in the notice. There was a lot of conversation outside of the notice to explain that. We felt we were having some difficulty at times earlier on, but we feel there was a reason we gave the extra notice. We felt that compliance would be gained voluntarily.
And would you have allowed the removal of things that were sort of volunteer and weeds and kept other plantings?
Yep.
And was that
If
communicated?
they could have been identified, yes. Yep.
Okay. Was that communicated to the property owner?
I am speaking third hand. I can go back. I believe it was, but I can't speak with firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay. Thanks, Dan.
Joan Siders, who worked with us for the city for 39 years, this was some of the cases that she dealt with, so she had extensive knowledge and opportunity to work in these situations. So I have confidence that she communicated well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, continuing council discussion. So
At the same time that I'm actually incredibly sympathetic towards what seems to have been a very difficult situation with a lot that has nothing to do with the environment of the yard, I'm still struck that there, particularly in the sidewalks where the abatement is, it's incredibly tight. And I am mindful of what it is like for walking through that. So I can have both feelings at once. I feel that this has been a tough situation for the family, but I also believe that the city did everything right, and I will support that they did what they felt, what the strictures say that they needed to do.
any other comments?
I did have a question. Who finally did do the clearing of the property? Because some of the final photos we got, it looks like it's like totally cleared.
We did it. We did it.
You did, okay.
Because it's number one. Number two, it wasn't June that is
Empty.
worked with us. I
Empty.
understand the city has a very busy time. I also do understand we have lots of people work with different properties. But during 1990s, it was June, and I then hired the people. I then stayed at home to take care of my daughter full time. So
Thank you.
So it was.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
asking.
Thank you. Yep.
We completely took everything. Those are medical, medicinal plans.
Any other comments?
So essentially, the charge is for someone who is not, is split between someone who was a contractor that was not, that the homeowner did not allow to complete the work, and the sort of blocking the sidewalk or whatever, blocking the right-of-way issue. Is that correct? So it's
If you want to come and answer that,
It's for
please.
both. It's for maintaining the yard. There's a standard for that. And then also the obstruction of the right-of-way.
Right.
And the charge is for the contractor's time to show up.
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit curious, is it normal to get two bills on the same property like that, or was it because of the it just seems like
Yeah,
that just added.
It is, because it follows two different code sections. Yep.
I think in this case, I mean, I do, in terms of this policy, I think the question of what is a weed is problematic. However, staff did spend considerable time trying to explain what a weed is in terms of their weed abatement, so to speak. And then there's the question of the obstruction of the sidewalk. Just one comment I would make on that is our sidewalks, and I'm assuming this is a 4-foot wide sidewalk. That's a very narrow sidewalk to begin with, unfortunately. So when there's very little float there in terms of, obstructing, if vegetation grows into that area, you have truly a sort of substandard path of travel. So that's unfortunate because there's no buffer there if people are planting and potentially obstructing. So, I'm inclined to support staff's recommendation, and I think they did make an effort to try to clarify whatever confusion the residents may have felt.
Any other comments by council?
I find myself kind of agreeing that I think that the bigger issue was the getting through on the sidewalk and the right-of-way and that sort of an issue. But it seems like this is already given to us in two different pieces, and acknowledging that this is, there's some, it's kind of a hardship case and there seems to have been some other things going on. I would be okay with splitting these up and approving one and the one that deals with the right-of-way and the sidewalk, but maybe not the other one. Just as something to throw out there for discussion from what we've heard tonight. And I don't know if other counselors have a feeling on that.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. This one is, there's a lot of elements to this, but looking at the situation that we're talking about, which is, obstructing the sidewalk, there was, notices given, there was conversation had. I do understand that English is the third language is what I think I heard. Additional time was given by staff. So, this one is I think it's a hard one, but I would be, I think, willing to kind of go middle of the road in a way and to, dismiss one and keep the other.
I would agree with going on one versus the other, particularly the one where the obstruction of the sidewalk, but not like the weeds, since there's not really a clear definition of what they had there on the property. I think there was some mention from the property owner of some financial hardship. I would hope that with the remaining charge that the staff would be willing to work with them on some type of payment plan.
How do we do this? Would we submit or make a motion, a separate motion within the motion?
Well, yes, so right now, I was just double checking, and it appears that there's a motion on the table now, and that, of course, is for the full amount. If it is the will of council, or a majority of council, to change that, I would suggest a motion to amend to whatever you see fit, with a second and a vote on that amendment, and then following that vote, you would have the vote on the entire assessment, if that makes sense.
I did have a question about the resolution itself, now that we've heard the details of this case. I think I'm looking at the right one in our packet. This is for 1940 Plainview Drive, and there is about 2/3 of the way down, it says the amount listed in Exhibit A for removing snow is confirmed and levied against the property.
No, we never had the snow
Yeah, I see
problem.
that.
We had that very
Right, I do see that, that's an error.
We do not have any notice.
Mhm. You don't. Yep.
Yeah, he said
No.
we don't.
Okay.
Also, the biggest thing I want to see is one is still undue burden to us, because even the heating, I never even turn on the heat, rely on the city's heat. I try to self-sustainable, try to raise my daughter, as you could tell.
Yep.
But we volunteer for the animal shelter. We do everything, but we do not have funds. It's just, we can volunteer our time, but we have to together work. If I volunteer, I work with, try to find somebody, spend the time with my daughter, and then the money I make cannot make the money the child care. So it's so I understand in this case is that going middle of the way is not helping me.
Okay.
I know we do not want to hurt the
I'm gonna say thank you. Thank you for coming up, and we're gonna continue council discussion. Thank you. So I'm just looking at the resolution.
Right. To be clear, I mean, the reference to snow is a Scrivener's error. Apologies from our office for that. However, all the attachments and invoices and the notices, I mean, there's clearly no due process problem. Clearly the property owners know what they were being charged with and the fees that are being assessed.
And the lack of ability to pay in installments, is that based on our code?
I'll Stan to answer that. I thought that is something that is accounted for, but I'll defer to Stan certainly on that.
It states it in the resolution that it won't be paid in installments.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant, you talking about the assessment or before we get to the point of assessment, like when they're invoiced?
I think to Councilor Taylor's point of maybe setting up a payment plan or something like that, the resolution would prohibit that.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're not at that point now. If the council is deciding to assess, the cost will be assessed. It's assessed to the property and it's collected as though it's property taxes and so forth in that fashion.
Okay, thank you.
So, I guess we can spend some time trying to, convert this over. The way that I see it, I think it's very clear that the need of what needs to happen within this yard moving forward. Staff is very accessible to the individuals to kind of help them identify the proper things according to the code. So with that being said, and I'm going to apply a little more grace here for myself. People can be wherever they are. I'm just going to encourage the property owner to make sure that they speak to staff to ensure full understanding of what they need to do. In this situation, I'm not going to vote in favor of it.
I think that makes some sense, Mayor Teague, especially in light of one of our earlier decisions. The first one we looked at, where it was sort of a don't be back here next year with this same thing, same issue before us, and that was sort of an understanding. So maybe, I think that's somewhat consistent with what we've done earlier tonight, to go ahead and extend that. It sounds like the homeowner has cleaned up the space, and hopefully there's no more confusion of any kind about what needs to be done in the future. So I would agree with you, Mayor.
I'm confused.
I do know there was, go right ahead, please.
I'm just confused which way.
The grace, the mayor's
Sorry.
decision to vote against.
So, right, I'm going to apply grace and vote against it.
Okay, I thought I heard a yes, so that was what was confusing
No,
me. Okay.
sorry, I'm sorry, but I'm agreeing for that reason, that we've kind of already kind of done that once tonight, so.
There has been discussion about at least the amendment that, so I'm assuming that you're withdrawing that amendment.
Yeah, I never actually made a motion to
Right,
amend,
right,
so.
yes.
But yes, I was just throwing that
all
out for
right,
discussion.
that statement,
so.
yep.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion, or are we ready to vote? Roll call, please.
Burgess,
No.
Harmson,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Teague,
No?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
No.
Alter.
No.
Motion fails 1-6. Item number 20 is council appointments. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. 20A is Civil Service Commission. Civil Service Commission is one vacancy to fill a 4-year term, April 5th, 2022 through April 6th, 2026. And this is our council discussion at this point for an appointment. There are only 2 individuals.
I would move that, is this appropriate time to do that?
Yes.
Don't want to jump the gun again. I would move that we appoint Ann Rhodes to fill that position, since she currently holds just a partial position that she filled in graciously and has done well with 100% attendance. So I would move that we recommend her.
Okay. Yeah, she filled an unexpired term.
Expired term.
So that seems acceptable to, and her application would support it. She's already been on there, so I would support that. Seeing nods of heads, so could I get a motion to appoint Ann Rhodes to the Civil Service Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Weiner. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 21, announcement of vacancies previous. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Community Police Review Board, one vacancy to fill a current or former peace officer to fill an unexpired term. Community Police Review Board, 2 vacancies to fill an unexpired term, plus a 4-year term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill an art design professional to fill an unexpired term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill an art design professional to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by March 29th, 2022. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals, Building Design Professional, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Housing and Community Development Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Housing and Community Development Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are at item number 22, which is City Council information.
We heard the proclamation at the beginning of our meeting about International Women's Day, and that March is International Women's History Month. So I think it's appropriate at this time to, maybe a little out of place, but I'm going to do it anyway, to congratulate the Iowa women's basketball team on their amazing win on Sunday. It was really amazing. And what an honor for them to be the Big Ten regular season co-champions. That hasn't been done in many years, apparently, and packed house, of which I know John Thomas was one of them there, of the 15,000 people, first time again since like 1988. That's just an amazing thing. They're just an extraordinary example of team solidarity, always working together for every point they earned, and that's what teamwork should be all about. And so congrats to the Lady Hawks. And then there's a couple of upcoming events in the community. This Saturday, March 5th, from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the Community Crisis Services 2022 Pancake Day. They had a little hiatus with the COVID the last couple of years, but that is this Saturday in person at the community, or at the Our Redeemer Lutheran Church, 2301 East Course Street. There'll be dine-in, carry-out, and a new curbside to-go option for those wonderful pancakes. Adults $7, children 10 and under $3. Great pancakes for a great cause for that Community Crisis Services. The other event, Saturday, March 26th and Sunday, March 27th, which I'm really looking forward to this because this also was on a hiatus due to COVID, 10:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. both days, the Shelter House book sale. Thousands of books are donated by community members and sold at a very reasonable cost. Proceeds help to support the critical work of the Shelter House. This year it's being held at the Old Antique Car Museum, 860 Quarry Road in Coralville, and I encourage everyone to stop by, and I can bet that you will find something that you like.
Great.
That's all.
So I went to see the new table-to-table facility when they had their open house. I think it's their 25th anniversary. It's a really great and spacious facility that they share with some other nonprofits as well now, and they have room for semi-trailer trucks. There's room to be able to come into that parking lot. It's basically it's not just a hugely improved facility, but the amount of food that they now are able to recycle is incredibly impressive.
Great.
And I will leave it to you to talk about the installation. Barb Wilson.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so the President Wilson was installed, and we were celebrating the 175th of the university as an institution. And so there was actually a weekend of events to kind of commemorate this special occasion of the 175 years, as well as acknowledging and officially through the traditional ceremonies of welcoming President Wilson. I can tell you that there were lots of great comments made by individuals, and even talking one-on-one with people. There's a few key things that I walked away with, and the main one is that President Wilson listens, and I think that's very key to hear when you're a leader. And so kudos to President Wilson, and from the city of Iowa City, we absolutely welcome you to our community. Seeing no other comments, we're going to move down to item number 23. And this is report on items from city staff. We're going to start with our city manager.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Our deputy city manager.
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor.
City attorney.
Nothing for me, thank you.
And our city clerk.
No, thank you.
We're at number 24, which is adjournment. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved. Burgess.
Second.
So moved by Burgess, seconded by Weiner. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.